Hello, good people. Hello, Penguin, and hello, Arctic. It is Saturday, uh, the day of Le Triangle. It's rendering Saturday. I'm trying to come up with a name for it, a catchy name for it, but I'm not good at that. In case you didn't know that I'm bad at naming things, my operating system is called Redacted OS, so what do I know? Also made coffee to drink on stream, and I finished it before the stream. So everything's going amazing today. No, everything's pretty good today. As a matter of fact, I was looking at this. This is a list that I made, I believe, like the last week of December, or my last stream of December, something like that, which I think was like before Christmas, where I outlined the things that I wanted to work on in 2026. And the blue ones, I just went through the list, and the blue ones are the ones that I've started. Not bad. Not bad. I have plans to start this one soon, maybe this one too. I'm not looking forward to multi-threading, so I'm not. I'm probably gonna need to do multi-threading at some point or another, but yeah. Let me see. So I talked about making a better window manager for my operating system. Kinda did. It's a little bit tiling, but like full screen kind of. Although there's no proper full screen in the system, which is another thing that I want to add. I did add, um, like keystrokes to create windows, move around, whatnot. What I saw in Linux window managers that I quite liked. And I have some more plans coming up soon for that. I'm just kind of need to work a little bit on the stability of the system in the meantime, while I work on other projects. 3D rendering is what we're working on today. I have to say, it's going pretty well. This is pretty much nearly done, or I think I'm done working on it for now, which was modularizing my system a little bit. And in my code for my operating system, most of the drivers have been moved to this modules folder, which contains modules for USB, serial, random, mailbox, graph, all this stuff. And most of it is divided into Raspberry Pi and Vert boards because they're different. They use different devices, they use different drivers. But it's all statically linked. I was considering, do I want to do dynamic linking for this kind of stuff? And honestly, not in a hurry to do that. Maybe in the future, but right now I'm not in a hurry to do that. That's why I say I would call this one mostly done. Just not fully done because there's no dynamic loading, but everything else is already there. I built a build system. And conditional compilation and whatnot, yeah, it's there, but like it's built off of C, so it's particularly easy to have that kind of stuff. Because the language already has conditionals. I've been working on getting it to work on real hardware this week. Hopefully, we'll get it working. Decentralized file system is something that I kind of started exploring but haven't really worked on that much. I made some improvements to my allocators. Although this thing about smarter malloc, like being able to separate allocations based on who's creating them in kernel processes, is not a thing that I'm doing yet, but it will be a thing that I'm doing soon. And compiler, worked on it yesterday, probably will work on it again tomorrow. So damn, this list is going pretty well, I would say. Considering it's literally February 7th, and this is the list for things to do in 2026. I would say not half bad. But yeah, that's how things are going. In other news, yesterday, I hope this doesn't fail again like it did yesterday, but yesterday I started the stream by saying I got Doom to run on my operating system again because it used to crash. Turned out to be a malloc bug, and now that I have a new malloc, the bug is fixed. And then I ran it, and then it crashed. Amazing. The reason for that crash, I believe, is just because I do have a new allocator, but the old one is still there, and it's still being used in a lot of places, and I have to go through all of them manually and like replace it with the new one. And that's gonna take a little bit of time, and I kind of want to iron out the bugs in the places where I have replaced it and then move on to replacing it in other places. So it's maybe gonna be done next week, but not this week. But yeah, because of that inconsistency, the fact that there's two allocators, two free functions that work differently, it was causing a crash. But second attempt, this might work, it might not work, we'll see. Doom runs now, okay. I checked it like a minute before the stream started and it was working, so. It actually runs. I added mouse support to it, but I'm still adding it. It's still not amazing. So it's still not super playable. Also frame rate wise, it's not super playable on this computer. But hey, it's there. Yeah, I'm not even touching the mouse and it's just like scrolling on its own, so. You can tell it's not amazing just yet, the mouse support, but it is there. And that's pretty cool. Finally. After months of crashing, Doom is working again. If I had bothered investigating the issue with Doom, I would have found the malloc bug a lot earlier, but oh well. Okay, that is it. That's all the changes, all the things that I had to talk about. Although, not entirely sure what to work on amongst these things on maybe Monday, but I'll talk about that later. Right now, there's not that many people here, so not really worth deciding. I usually run a poll, so I would want there to be more people. So I'm gonna wait a little bit. Okay, instead of that, today I want to work on my 3D renderer. Is there a way that I can make it not open recents by default, or not have recents at all? Because this is so useless. Let me see. Not in the preferences. There's not that many preferences in the first place. Oh my god, the amount of pop-ups and on the average website nowadays is so annoying. The method with editing settings.ini doesn't work with Nautilus 3. Oh my god. I hate Linux so much. Everything has to be a whole thing. Everything has to be a whole thing. Hey, Ice Dave. I just want to disable a setting that I don't like. Would this work? This is from 2019. G settings. Okay. Okay, I was typing some absolute bullshit in there without being able to see it. Privacy. Remember recent files false. Did that work? Well, it didn't even quit when I told it to quit, so that's not a great sign. It worked! Okay, great, amazing. So it wasn't the whole thing. It was literally just this. Although I wonder if next time I restart my computer, the same thing is gonna happen. IDK. I'm just gonna keep this little command. You know what I really miss in Linux? Sticky, I was gonna say sticky fingers. Stickies that Mac has. They're really cool for quickly saving a thing like this. Like, oh, maybe I'm gonna need this command in the future. I'm gonna, you know, put it in sticky notes. Sticky notes, yes. These things. I literally have them in physical form. I don't use them, but I have them. I'm pretty sure these are actually not sticky. Yeah, they are, but like it's very crap. So now I just wasted one. I glued it back on. I'm sure that's gonna work. But yeah, Apple has Apple has them. And they're really cool for having like, cute little commands that you cute. They're cute commands now. Having commands that you need, having, stuff like that. When you quickly need to remember something. I barely use them, but when I use them, they're useful. I might add something like this to my system, actually. I was considering letting you draw on the desktop. Now, it would be a lot cooler if I had like a drawing is that what they're called? Drawing tablets? Yeah, one of these things. Because with the mouse, it's not amazing, but essentially you can draw with this, And it looks like shit because you're doing it with the mouse, but hey. It would be cool to have it. For this kind of stuff. That, or just like writing text. Essentially, since already my system is kind of based off of this type of board system, where you can draw a window and whatnot. It would be cool to also be able to just put text in random places and whatnot. Yeah, just as a little exploration of something that I might want to do. You're losing your religion? Are you talking about, have you not been to Rust Church recently? What's going on? Have you not been praying to Face Punch? No, wait. That's the Rust game. Have you not been praying to Graydon? You're not getting any joy from programming lately? Oh, that sucks. That does suck. It has happened to me. And that's why I do this. It's enjoyable unless there's debugging. It's enjoyable until something breaks. It's enjoyable until you implement a new malloc function and then everything starts breaking. Happened to a friend of mine. Excalibur OS. Kinda. But yeah, I'm thinking like if you can draw windows, then why shouldn't you be able to also just draw random nodes? Like the sticky nodes. They would work like that. They just stay on your desktop. I want to explore that concept a little bit. Maybe. So yeah, I'm starting to think of how to continue working on the window manager. Now that the system is becoming more stable, malloc bugs aside, now that the system is becoming more stable and I'm able to keep it running for longer without it crashing and having to be restarted all the time, I can start thinking about making it more useful, instead of just using it for testing, actually using it. Now that I'm planning on getting it to finally work on real hardware, Now that I got a what is that called? uConsole thing. Even though I haven't tested it on there, I need to get it to run on a pure Raspberry Pi and then get it to run on that thing, because I'm sure it's gonna be uh, it's gonna need quite a lot of adaptation to get it to work on that. But yeah, now that I have that, I can start considering getting it to run well. And if I make a network driver for the Raspberry Pi, and I continue with my distributed file system and being able to share data between computers, also an important thing to have. So, starting to consider what to do with that extra time using the system. And to get back to the joy of programming, are you working on like anything specific, or just... So I feel like working on something that you enjoy, even if it's not something that's meant to be, or especially if it's not something that's meant to be commercial, and something that's just for you, adds a lot of fun to it. Whereas, you know, um, maintaining software is not as fun as building software. Um, Building software according to what other people need, or according to what a commercial product needs to be, is not as fun as just building something for yourself. So I find that that's really helped me getting back into programming. Because before I started the operating system project, I was working on a game, sure, and I want to work on it again. The main reason I stopped working on it because Unreal Engine was very limiting for the kind of procedural generation game that I was trying to make. So I kind of realized that the engine was working against me. And yeah, that was kind of a problem. But before that, yeah, I found it hard to work on projects. About not finishing shit, I get it. I guess what also helps me, I mean, keep in mind, these are, hold on, I have a list. Yeah, no. I have a list, but I haven't moved it over here yet. I have a list of all the projects that I'm working on, which is pretty much this thing, right? There's the operating system, there's the 3D renderer, there's the HTML or document rendering, there's the build system, there's a fire burning in my heart, there's a compiler, probably a few more. I do have a list on my phone. Operating system. What the hell is Redline, bro? I think it was supposed to be Redlib, and my phone auto-corrected it to Redline. The library that powers all my projects is libc. The build system, the compiler, the game engine, the hacking game, a couple more games that I want to prototype, not gonna lie. Mini games, small things, you know. The renderer, and then the document renderer. So that's 8 different things. The thing is, as I work on one of them, one thing that I have to admit really helped is working on an operating system and a compiler, because everything ties back to a programming language and an operating system when it comes to software. So everything ties back to those two projects. So they're never really abandoned. Even if I don't work on them for a while, they're never really abandoned because I'm using them in one way or another. The compiler right now powers my build system. So if I need to make changes to my build system, actually powers. Actually, the build system goes in that category as well, with the operating system, compiler, and build system. They're pretty much used in any piece of software. So if I feel like working on my 3D renderer for a while, what do I use to compile it? To compile it. My compiler and my build system. My build system, which is built on the compiler. And I want to run it on the 3D on the operating system. So they all tie back together like that. That helps. So having built some infrastructure for my own projects rather than just projects on their own. And then, yeah, being able to reuse elements from one to the other kind of helps. Because it always ties back. If there's a shared element, like the fact that most of my projects are, all of my projects actually, rely on the same library, which is what started out as the operating system's library for syscalls and utilities and whatnot, is now the programming languages library. It powers the build system and every other project that I have. When I make an improvement to one project that goes in the library, it improves all the other projects. So that kind of helps in not making them feel abandoned, I guess. But yeah. Also, just taking time off of projects. If you feel like prototyping a new idea, prototype it and then go back to the main thing that you're working on. That kind of helps. Like not being so strict. Because you're not building something with the goal of... with a strict goal. So it's... you can afford to be a little bit more dynamic about this, even if you don't finish something. It's fine. You're just enjoying yourself. I'm doing good, whatever. How are you doing? Consider start doing streaming or recording myself explaining what I'm doing because I cannot sit and do programming. My whole body is telling me that I shouldn't. The music podcast distract me and don't allow me to enter the flow state. That does help. I'm not gonna lie. I do wonder how far I would have taken the operating system project and if I would have started the other projects and if I would have kept them going if I hadn't begun posting videos and then streaming about it. Makes you wonder. Problem is IDK. I don't know. I can't know because I did do it, so maybe I would have kept going, maybe I wouldn't have. Hard to tell, honestly. But I was enjoying working on this project even before I started posting videos on it. But I also started posting videos on it like a month or two after I started working on it, which is very early on. And when motivation was still very high. So I wonder if the motivation would have stayed the same. I don't know. Hard max? What do you mean? Okay. Today I'm working on the 3D render. Wait, hold on. There's a few more people now. I can at least start talking about this. No, not C. This was supposed to be Markdown. Markdown works. Oh, okay. It's that type of stuff. No. Today I'm working on my 3D renderer. I plan on having depth buffers, which I believe are gonna be kind of a fast thing to do. But hey, famous last words, so. Although I said it several times yesterday, I'm saying it again today. But yeah, I have to do that. And then maybe start designing what the pipeline is gonna be like to make the 3D renderer programmable. Instead of kind of hard-coded like it is right now, where you need to actually modify its code in order to make it do other things. In addition to that, I'm probably going to check out what Golang looks like, because I've been telling myself that I'm supposed to do one of these per stream. So today is Golang's turn. Then there's Julia, and all of these other ones. Tomorrow I'm probably going back to working on my compiler. I was talking about making a transformer that transforms the intermediate representation and does some changes to it. And then I kind of want to see what people's interest is in working on this list of things here. So the syntax that, okay, since I did the HTML rendering, I was planning on making a document rendering system, you know? And that can help me organize my to-dos and tasks in my operating system and all my projects. And that's kind of what this reports project is supposed to be, but I haven't really started it. But yeah, I'm just trying to come up with like a format for how to specify these things, and then maybe having some fancy rendering put on top of it, which I don't know what that would look like. But the extra thing just means, since this is supposed to be a schedule, right? On Saturday, I work on this thing. On Sunday, I work on this thing. And extra, meaning on top of these two things, I can work on this, this, this. So it's just a little extra in case I finish what I'm doing early and I have some time to just mess around for a bit. Check out one of these languages or work on a little paint tool to do what I said before. Or remaking my standby screen that plays at the beginning of my streams, but with, you know, native capabilities. Maybe we're not quite there yet, but in the future we will be. And it would be cool to get rid of that JavaScript, because God, is JavaScript a painful language to work with. So that's just what extra means. It just means like if I have some extra time during the stream, just work on this. Or if I feel like streaming on a Wednesday, which I do sometimes. JS is a mess. The whole code is so unmaintainable. The code for this thing. I want to expand it. I want to make it better. I want to make it work, do more things. But with JS, it's a pain in the ass to program it to do anything. And the CSS, honestly, is not that flexible either. So if you want to do like some animations like those, probably better to rely on graphics libraries directly, and so make it something native. So again, that's a little extra. Can I redo it or start redoing it in these systems? DX12 is Windows, so not really, but you know, Vulkan, or I have a renderer now, so that would be cool. But again, probably if I want it to be in any way optimized, you know, we'll have to have acceleration before we have a pure software renderer running that thing. So again, I put it there, but I didn't put it as a list of things that I want to do. Like, this here is a not yet type of thing. Another thing that I want to work on is like, no. A music generation tool, because again, I checked this one out on stream a while ago, Strudel. It's great. I love working with music like this. This syntax, holy shit, does it suck. Because it's JS, and everything is done inside strings, but then you're very limited in what you can do inside those strings, so whenever I try to do something slightly complex with this system, I just cannot do it. I'm also not super familiar with it. Maybe there is a way, but it feels kind of convoluted to do certain things. What is this even? I'm a little scared, but... yeah, I was trying to do Morse code. Not amazing. Not amazing. Denoising when it's denoising, the stream starts or continues. I don't like the idea of putting a timer on that. But it's not a bad idea. Although for denoising, I guess that would have to be like a ray tracing kind of renderer. Whereas mine's just rasterizing. What do you struggle with coding? Okay, the stream hasn't even started, but that coffee... I don't know if I just chugged it or what, but I really need a bathroom break, so I'll be back in a minute. And enjoy the screen that I'm going to be replacing at some point or another. Okay. All right, let's maybe start coding. 3D render. Where did we last leave off with the 3D render? Okay, now before I get to that, actually, yeah, most likely at some point I'm gonna run a poll to see what of these things to work on next, or just to gauge the interest that people have in these different things. They're not new projects. All of it is just expanding projects that I have. Like I talked yesterday about 3-sitter VirtIO acceleration for the 3D renderer, because it runs like crap on my operating system right now. I don't know about native because it doesn't work on the Raspberry Pi yet, but once I have it, I guess I'll test it too, but I'm not expecting amazing performance. Compiler stuff, operating system stuff. So yeah, just want to gauge a little bit of interest, but I'm not going to run it yet. I'm going to wait a little bit because it's not for today anyway. Struggle to understand what's going on when you look at a code example, then don't look at a code example. Just come up with a goal for yourself, something simple. And then, I don't know, that's always how I learn how to do things. It's just, how do I do this thing in this language? Like you start out with a calculator. So, okay, what do you need for a calculator? If it's just a text calculator that runs in the terminal, right, which is the easiest way of doing it without working with UI, how do I read in the input from the terminal? And how do I display content in the terminal? And how do I do mathematical operations? And then, you know, you don't have to look at a code example that tells you step by step how to do each of those things. Just figure that part out on your own, like the organization of the project on your own, or the different components that it needs. And then just look up how to do specific things. That way you have to deal with a lot less code to look at, and you have to write a lot more of the code yourself, which means that you're going to be quite slow at the beginning, but you're going to understand what you're doing, which is more helpful in my opinion. Okay. Now remove some projects from here. And about the renderer, I close these two, which is supposed to be for the operating system, but I run it on Linux because the performance on the actual system is atrocious. This is where we're at right now. The controls are not amazing, I have to say. I'll have to fix the sensitivity of this thing quite a bit. But you can see here, for example, there's a little bit of weird stuff happening. To be fair, these triangles are now monochrome, whereas before they used to be different colors. And that helped show a little bit more of what was happening. Yeah, so these red triangles are not supposed to be here. These yellow ones are not supposed to be here, because I'm pretty sure they're in the back. Or not, I don't know. I'll open the model in a minute and see what's happening in Blender. What it's supposed to look like. But the point is, it's not rendering the geometry correctly. And to render the geometry correctly, we need a depth buffer. So we're gonna study how to do that. You're the first person that comes over from TikTok. It's been working pretty well lately. So welcome. And yes, JS is forbidden on my operating system. Although, most likely, that's just gonna remain as a little, like, joke thing. Because, you know, very simple to just DDoS someone's system and make it crash entirely by just putting a script tag somewhere. That's not amazing. So most likely it won't actually remain, which is incredibly sad, let me tell you. But it is there. If they're in the back, shouldn't they be ignored even without depth buffer? They're there. You know, like, if there's this here and then this here, both of them are being rendered. The problem is it doesn't know which one goes first and which one goes later. It just renders them in the order that it gets the triangles from the model. And honestly, the model doesn't necessarily follow any kind of logic in having those triangles. No, backface culling we do have. But actually, with that model that I showed, it wasn't amazing. It's not the best model to show. But for example, where's the... See why I need to make this pipeline programmable? Because right now I have to go through all of its code to change the model. For the windmill, for example. The door and the blade here are both facing you, so both of them should render, but the door should be partially obscured by the blade because the blade should render on top. So that. Both of them should render, so that's why you need a depth buffer. Yeah, I think for the Zuzi monkey thing, it wasn't the best example because maybe it is already doing backface culling. But we do need to have proper depth buffering. And I feel like, okay, for starting programming, you start with something small. Like even the calculator that I said, okay, so I don't know, just a calculator that's like, you open it and it tells you here in the terminal, enter a number, enter another number, enter an operation, and then gives you a result, which is pretty sure that's how I started programming. That was my first thing that I built. And I've also taught a few people how to program, and that's kind of the project that I started out with. I was just like, okay, how do you output text to put the first thing out that tells you to actually put a number in? How do you read what the person wrote into the terminal? How do you parse the operation and the numbers? So directly look up those things instead of how to build a calculator in the terminal, which is gonna give you like the entirety of the code with all the problems already figured out, and you don't get to reason about the code that you're writing. You're just copying it, and that doesn't really help. Whereas if you figure out the logic behind it yourself, it's harder to do, maybe, because you have to figure out all those things yourself instead of just having someone to some reference code to look at and copy. But you learn more about how it works that way. So just like instead of the program telling you like, and there's scanf, I believe. Yeah. How does this even work? I don't remember how scanf works, to be completely honest. I mean, I'm just gonna write it in like pseudocode. Right, so if I just give you code that looks like this, you may not necessarily... It's pretty simple, so it should be somewhat easy to understand what you're writing. But then once we start getting into like if statements, switch statements, all of that stuff, it might be a little bit complicated to read if you don't know what you're actually looking at. Whereas if instead you figure out, okay, I want to print this code, how do I do that? Oh, there's a function called print. I just pass in this text. One by one, you start building all of those components yourself, makes it easier to understand, I feel like. What I'm bad at is explaining stuff, I'm not gonna lie. Okay, so about the Z-buffer. We have this little link here from Hacker EU, tiny renderer Z-buffer. Here they do some backface culling, which we are already doing backface culling, I believe. if I'm not mistaken, I could disable it. Is it here? No, it's in the actual here. If I disable it, the model should look messier now because it's actually rendering both front and back faces. It's hard to tell because it's all pretty messy. But can I run another instance of it? I should be able to, right? Not that. Yeah, I can. So we can compare. It looks about the same to me, not gonna lie. So I guess we're not. And also I'm covering the chat with this one. Hold on. Yeah, I don't think it was actually doing anything in the first place. Or these ones probably are. No, not really, not really. Unless it's built into that function, but not sure. To me, it looks exactly the same. So yeah, there's supposed to be some backface calling, but it doesn't look like it. Or it's so good that actually even disabling it works. I don't know. Call an API, get a JSON. HTTP and JSON part is just copied from somewhere. Yeah, using a library makes sense. Keep in mind, in a lot of cases, you don't have to reinvent the wheel. So, okay. Let's just go through it step by step. Because, yeah. What we want is this. If it's not back-facing, we render it. And it's genuinely hard to tell whether it's working or not. Reinventing the wheel is fun, and it helps you learn how something works internally, which also teaches you how it works externally. But it's not exactly the same thing. It's not beginner friendly necessarily. For the beginner, it's okay if you just glue together code from a bunch of libraries to make them do something. And then if you want to delve deep into how they work, which is not something that everybody wants to do, that's fine. If you want to do that, great. Like, okay, you can just use the printf function. Does it matter how it works? Does it matter how you're able to pass any number of arguments to it? It's cool to know it. You don't really need that kind of knowledge on a day-to-day basis just to write code. And like this print function that I was using before. Technically, I wrote literally all the functions that are here. But this print function, do you know how it works internally? I do because I built it. You don't need to. You don't need to. It's totally fine if you don't. As long as you understand, I can pass arguments to it like this. I can pass any number of arguments. I can pass any kind of arguments. As long as you understand that, you can use the function. It doesn't matter if you understand how it's implemented internally or not. For that matter, I understand how I implemented it internally. I don't know what libc is doing internally. I think they use a buffer instead of printing every single time, which is reasonable, and I should do that for optimization. But yeah, the point is you don't need to know everything about how everything works internally, but it does teach you how it works and it helps you use things more effectively, but it's not necessarily for the beginner. So yeah, libraries and copying code is fine. I just think copying code doesn't really teach you how that code works. And now we're not talking about implementing the APIs, we're talking about using them. Like, do you understand what's happening with the file size here? If you just copy this code off of Stack Overflow, paste it, and change the name of the file that you're trying to open, maybe as a beginner you don't understand what file size is doing here, what this and ampersand means, and what it does, but so if you had to implement this yourself, maybe you wouldn't understand it. But yeah, you don't need to understand how the read full file function works internally. Yeah, copying code without reading and understanding is one step before vibe coding. When I started coding, there was a time in which I just copied code, and it worked until it didn't. So like, if it does exactly what I need it to do, great. But you've probably seen from the way that I code in general that it tends to not do exactly what I need it to do. Because I tend to need it to do something that most people don't want their code to do. I'm always trying to do shit in the weirdest way possible. And so just copying and pasting code mindlessly didn't really work for me, even before LLMs. So maybe it did kind of what I wanted it to do, but not exactly what I wanted it to do. And the point, or it didn't do what I wanted it to do at all. So I had to always end up having to understand that code and fix it at some point or another. Yeah, often used libraries could have good code practices, but let's not pretend. A lot of them have legacy shit. libc. Okay, let's get started. All right. So I don't think we're doing any kind of backface culling. We could simply draw all the triangles without discarding any, and if we do it properly rear to front, the front facets will override the back ones. This is the painter's algorithm. So you have to sort the triangles by depth and then just render the ones that are, actually render all of them, which should also allow for transparency, but isn't probably the cleanest way of doing this. So pretty good animation of how this works right there. To produce this image, I did not modify this rendering part. At the moment I use an orthogonal projection to the screen. I simply sorted the triangles by their maximum z coordinate during the loading of the model. That makes sense. If you want to understand what code does, then just copying and pasting doesn't help. Yeah, you can learn everything at once, but you gotta learn step by step. You know, copying and pasting code is not gonna help. And just trying to understand someone else's code is not gonna help. That's why I say build it step by step. Don't rely on how to build a calculator tutorial, but rather break it down into steps and then look up how to do each of those steps. And actually, as you do one step, you'll learn a technique that then you're going to use in another step. And eventually, maybe not immediately, but eventually you will get to the point where you don't need to read someone else's code in order to understand how to do something. High computational cost. Yeah, because you need to resort the entire scene every single time. And in this scene, yeah, the order is kind of messy. Depth interpolation. The sorting approach and return to our starting point. We simply iterate through all triangles and paint all the pixels in each triangle. Since the triangles are not correctly sorted, visual artifacts will appear. In addition to painting pixels in the frame buffer, I propose creating a second grayscale image of the same dimensions. In this image, we will paint the depth of the triangles, just as we did in the last listing of the barycentric coordinates lesson. Black pixels will represent distant triangles, with white pixels representing the closest ones. So this is kind of a depth buffer, pretty much. Not kind of a depth buffer, this is literally a depth buffer. Compute the depth and update the depth buffer with Z. Okay. This code produces two images, TGA and Z buffer TGA. Okay, so this one and this one. The final render and the oh, the full code is here. Okay, I was just looking at the pseudocode. But, I mean, it is literally this. Note the discontinuities in the demon's right hip. Yep, and here as well, and here. Per pixels painter algorithm. Now that we have a depth buffer, that's quite cleaner, quite cleaner. Okay. So how is it actually implemented? Now we actually do need to look at this. Alpha times AZ. What's AZ here? Beta BZ and gamma CZ. It's just the distances, I assume, from the C coordinate. Yeah, alpha, beta, and gamma I did. I called them. I think actually I didn't set them as variables, but I did do them. Or I did set them by variables, and then I didn't anymore. These three things here. Which used to be variables. Then I optimized them a little bit by making them not variables anymore. Now I made them variables again. B eta less than 0. And gammam. The day I'm able to spell something correctly first try without typing a bunch of shit in the... Why is it locked? Oh, Jesus Christ, I typed a bunch of shit so bad that it actually froze Zed. The day I'm able to type properly is... I don't know. The day hell freezes over, I don't know. Z interpolation of the pixel is done by projecting the Z value of the 3 corners of the pixel. Hold on, I'm done creating the variables. Alright, so what you got going on is alpha AZ. So where exactly did you create AZ though? Ah, here they are. Okay. It's the 3 triangles. Oh, it's also divided by the total area. Which I don't think I was doing in the first place. Kind of interesting. Was that always there? And I just missed it? No, I feel like that wasn't always there. It should change nothing visually. No, I think that wasn't there before. Okay, anyway. You only need... That scaling you only need for Z value. Ah, okay. So it wasn't there before. Okay, I did think it was weird. Alright, so once we're here, we already know that this triangle needs to be rendered. Now we just need to calculate its depth buffer. So to do that, we are going to take these 3 variables and we are going to divide them by the total area, like that. And then we are going to interesting that you're doing an unsigned char. But okay. Do I have the triangles? Yes. Wait, no. Okay. I got rid of the Z buffer. I'm passing 2D vertices here, not 3D vertices anymore. And they're also integers now. That's a bit of an issue. when you rasterize a triangle, you actually create an integer point. And this was an optimization just to get rid of the floating point calculations, which was so stupid because it didn't even end up helping. So I'm going to have to undo what I did here. Great. These are now vector 3s. These are now vector 3s. This is now a vector 3. And yeah, pretty sure I don't need to do these conversions anymore because S0 is already a vector 2. Fuck. So I want to turn them into vector 3s. Okay. Now for the rasterize quad function, this one is literally doing nothing. Not even keeping it right now. Okay, during the ad break, I'm just going to be quickly fixing this up. Where now I can just pass S0, S1, S2 directly to the rasterizer. And V0Z, I need to pass the Z coordinate so we can then use it for, well, this thing that we're doing. And even though, again, I'm not rasterizing quads, I'm still going to include the code for it here. Okay, so instead of integers, I'm now passing vectors. Cool. Back to the rasterize triangle function. It needs to start working with... Now, this one actually can stay like that. That's good. That's good. Pretty much that's it. That's all the refactoring I needed to do. Clamp. No, I think this can stay as integers because this just represents the pixel. So that one will always be an integer because you can't have a middle of a pixel. So we're good with just keeping it as int and clamp. Where we do need the vector values is when triangulating the area, and then here, so we can do that formula. Alpha plus or times vector 0's z buffer plus beta plus vector 1's z buffer times plus the gamma times the vector 2's z buffer. That is going to give us a... They're using an unsigned char for it. I could move the division to the z calculation. This one. Yeah, right? Because that's... Did I just close the chat? Damn it. Hold on. Alright, chat is back. It's the alpha divided by the total then multiplied by a z value plus the beta divided by the total. You see why I need a drawing tablet to do this kind of stuff? This is absolutely atrocious. Right, which is just God, who remembers math? This is the most basic math and I'm struggling to do it. I should be good to just have a common t divider. Because they have the same divider, so the same, that's not called an exponent, which is the word that I'm thinking of, but it's also not called a divider. Anywho, point is I can do this and not this. Numerator? Denominator, but well, you know, the point is that denominator, yes, a common denominator. That's what it's called, yes. And they're storing this value as an int 8, which, by the way, I added you know, U32, U8, all those things. I8. So much cleaner than int 8 underscore t. Okay. So if that's done correctly, then I should be able to just do the depth. 24 is too much. Buffer rendering like this. Great. Yeah. Oh, wait. Oh, it's just very dark, but it's there. Let me guess. That's a value 0 to 1. So maybe if I maybe if I don't divide it by the total area, what happens exactly? Oh, that's not. How is it giving yellow when it's the same value for all three channels, R, G, and B? How is that a thing? How is that a thing? How did that happen? It's weird as hell. Hey, next diamond. Why is it yellow? Am I maybe not supposed to do this? It's supposed to be the other way around, perhaps? Oh, it's purple. Oh my god. Signed and unsigned? Oh yeah, it could be over. Okay. So I think, okay, yeah, I think this logic is sound. Okay, so real quick, can you just for one time tell me the depth that you calculated? Just so I know what values I'm working with here. A 4. All right, yeah, let me try it as a float. And just not do the rendering since that is gonna cause a problem. Okay, so those... Mm, is it always 4? Is it calculating the exact same value for all of them? No, not quite. But it's a very similar value for all of them. Yeah, for pretty much all of them. So I'm still not sure about the division of the total area there. Though that's definitely not right. Yeah, that is the same result, okay. Yeah, I know it's a lot of printed lines. It's just kind of weird that they're all so similar. To the point that all the depth buffers are going to be exactly the same. Which is why it shows like this. I'm also printing. Yeah, it's there, but it's so dark. I should be able to do. No, that will overflow. That will overflow. Wait, are any values gonna be negative in that? If I put the print there, like here, I'm not gonna actually be able to get it to work. It's all happening in here per triangle. Or I can just do little hack. Since it's just for debugging. I feel like we got a scaling issue going on here because they're all printing exactly the same. Are there any that are different than 4? Not a single one. So more than that, maybe I want to do like a divide by 10. No, not divide by 10. Maybe a multiply by 10. It's gonna give me slightly different values. It all always looks exactly the same. What are the z values that I'm passing in here? They come from v0, which is this z value normalized. Is that maybe not the one I'm supposed to use? 128 plus depth minus 4.5 times 100. That would work better. I have a feeling that... Should I be using normalized z coordinates here or not? It's not super easy to tell. It's a plus. Okay, they are different. Alright, that's better. Though it's still giving negative numbers. No, it's always yellow. No, so the 4.5, no, that doesn't make sense. Oh, the I8 conversion was happening outside of where it was supposed to. Here, it's supposed to happen here. Try it there. It's getting more yellow. Hold on, let me reason about this real quick. Okay, I'm starting off with screen normalized z coordinates, which I believe is gonna be fine. But then for the whole thing, got it. That is producing non-normalized values, which is not helping then to make the conversion. It's producing these 5s and 4s and whatnot. Which means that if we make, hold on, let me fix the parentheses a little bit. This formula should work kind of fine, but it's still yellow. All right, give me the depth color.
Kiskit39 followed your channel.
Oh, wait, yeah, okay. If I want to have a depth color, I need to have it as an unsigned integer. And then the formula becomes a different one. Pretty sure there's an extra parenthesis in there, but okay. Okay, another thing I need to fix is the why 4.5 is what I don't understand. No, 4.5 is making all negative values positive. And then multiplying them by 100 to make it reach the total depth that we want. I'm assuming there's negative values too in the depth, which I'm not sure about. There should be at some point or another. Now, there's never negative values in here. It would appear anyway. So yeah, this is unnecessary. Okay, I need to fix the smoothness of that scroll because that's kind of dumb. Yeah, we can bring back the 120 now. 128, I mean. The scroll makes it so difficult to work with. Okay, that looks better. Although, pretty sure that's now considered inverted, right? Because we have darker further away. Whereas in mine, it's darker closer. Or did I see that wrong? Yeah. So we just have to invert that. But the other thing that I needed to do, still working on the camera thing, is that I don't want to allow the camera position to go into the negatives. So I'll just clamp it real quick. Max between 0 and the camera position C. Max F. Okay. And then I can go back to the code that I'm writing, get rid of this, which now is working as I expected it to, and do a 255 minus this to get the depth color. Now the further I go, the object becomes darker. Closer I get, the object becomes lighter. Okay. Which we can now see variation happening. Cool. It's not as smooth as this one, but it's not bad. And then we gotta update, we gotta keep the Z buffer, which we currently don't have. So we gotta create a Z buff. Oh my god. Sometimes when I'm clicking on the left side of the screen, it goes into my other screen and it clicks on the chat. That's kind of annoying. All right. We'll need to create a Z buffer. Let's do that. F32. Yeah, from just the raw values. Float the buffer. Okay. We are going to create it here once we have the draw context. We're going to allocate the context width times the context height times the size of a float. Okay. And then the pixel total coordinate is already this one, right? I don't think I have to do any math to it. Yeah, I do have to do some math to it. Oh no, this is for downscaling, which we're not using here, so we're good. The current z is the z buffer indexed at very similar math to what I'm doing here. Y times the context width plus x array subscript is not. Oh, because y is okay. Understood. And then if depth is smaller than the current z, we're going to set it to the depth. Otherwise, we're going to continue. Z buffer starts at yeah, that's what I'm thinking. It starts at 0. So if I do it right now, what's gonna happen? Nothing's gonna render because everything is above 0. So we'll have to mem set it every single time. Oof, that sucks. Is there no way to invert that logic and make... No, not really. Am I good with just inverting the logic? That doesn't feel right. Minus depth? Feels wrong to invert the logic, honestly. Which, for that matter, helps do this. No, 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 no. Without inverting it. But I still need to mem set it to 0 at the end. So maybe let's not do this stupid optimization. Because I have to mem set it anyway. When I do a clear, I need to also mem set my z buffer. Let's just make a z buffer size, which is this, and then used here, and also here to set it to that, and just that does nothing. Cool. No, besides this, which is missing. I am mem setting, right? I did finish doing that fully. Create the Z buffer. Before we render, mem set it to, yeah, float max. Am I good with just using uint32 max? I should be good with using FF. It's doing a solid 8 or 6 frames per second, so it's clearly doing something. Wait, that wasn't even my mem set. Am I good with just converting that? I hope so. Again, based on the logic of what I'm seeing here, yes. Then let's review this code again. What's currently in the Z buffer is right now a very high value. If the depth is smaller than that, then we include it. And then we run this, otherwise we continue. For F000. That's an interesting value for float max. It's not just the FF. Okay. Oh, okay. If I'm not mistaken, the door is on the other side and it doesn't render anymore. So we should be good. Though maybe I wanna open the model and check. No, 1. This is what we're seeing. Does Blender render depth buffer by any chance? Is it capable of doing that? This is how we started. Hold on, let me see. Blender render depth buffer. Render to XCR and check this buff option. Or not render, maybe just visualize. Ah, there's a compositor in Blender. I always forget that Blender has some really cool stuff going on. Let's find out how this works. Well, it's not that simple apparently. Wait, what about shading? Because I kind of know how to use the shader. But the shader doesn't have access to depth. That sucks. Shading looks weird. Shading artifacts, shading issues. Depth. Wait. This is a diffuse, so... Oh, find is only finding in this area. It's not... Damn, that's not helpful. Volume info. What's flame? Why is that? What the hell? This is for the wood only, so it's not super helpful. Let's do it for the wall. It's thinking. I hear the fans going crazy. Max int as float. Okay, that seems more like max float. Um, see what they were saying to do. No, not quite what I'm looking for. Z depth as input to shader is exactly what I want. Geometry. So if I just pass that. Yeah, geometry info is what I was looking for. Thank you. Although this is the position, can I break? Oh, I saw it there. Combine XYZ. So I guess I want the opposite of combine, which is divide. Separate? Separate. Okay. This is kind of what I hate about node-based editors. For shaders, node-based editors are amazing. I love them in Blender, I love them in Unreal. Tiny issue, they're a little bit of a pain in the ass when you don't know exactly what you're looking for. Especially when you work with different editors. Also, no, I don't want maybe I want the normal one? No, not quite. Not quite the normal one. I think I want the... Oh, right, it's just a coordinate system being altered. Yeah, it's not exactly. But it is kind of. Also, can I do a world instead of geometry? No, not like that. World object info, probably? Yeah, I can just add them together, pretty sure. And then I want not just that. Is there maybe a rotate? Because I am essentially just recreating the shader. Vector rotate. Boom. Do I not have the rotation? Really? It's not in the object info. That's kind of weird. Why wouldn't you have that? Let's not waste too much time in Blender. The point is, this is what I'm doing. Then, of course, it doesn't do the depth very well, but it is cool that you can do this. Though you don't have direct access to the Z buffer. But we do have it. What I do have to say is a little bit concerning is it's not quite right. Because this thing up here is, let me reopen Blender. Yeah, I've done this in Blender, but it feels like I have to do it very manually. That goes under the roof. That's this thing. It shouldn't be, it should be completely covered by the roof. So that shouldn't be there. Also, I didn't mess up my shading, right? Because look at how cute it is. Even though I didn't bother too much with the materials and whatnot, it is pretty cute. So I want to keep that. And eventually we'll have to do materials as well, which is another thing for another day. But yeah, I want to say it's not fully quite right just yet. But it's mostly right. It's just that, you know, it's still not quite right. Why do they do this 0 here? What is their depth buffer? I'm not seeing it here. Okay. We're not doing half bad. We're not doing half bad. But they use texture. Maybe I can mess with the scaling of the depth buffer a little bit to make it display better, but as long as it works, how it displays doesn't really matter. U8, U8, U8. That is what I'm doing. In the renderer anyway. Not sure if you mean in Blender or here. Oh, for the Z buffer. Right, to be fair, would storing it as a U8 be better? To get... Okay, I understand. Yeah, my Z resolution, that would not work, actually. 100%, that's true. Though I'm still not sure of the Z resolution. That's cute. Um, yeah, no, this works fine, I think. I'm gonna bring these back just for the sake of old times. This is rendering what bounding boxes, I believe. And then we're rendering the vertices of the triangles. It's actually so slow. Also, look at the difference in viewers. Alright, nah, that's not gonna work. That's gonna be too much. Can it do just one of them? Too much. Less than or equal? Hold on, where are we talking about it? Is it in my code? Alpha less than 0? AZ, BZ, CZ. Alpha sine triangle wrong. I'm still struggling to see the difference between these. V0, V1. Whereas what they pass in is A, B, and C. So the formula stays the same, but then what I'm passing in is the wrong order. They're passing the pixels first. Does that change much? B, C, C, A, A, B. I do see that. B, C, C, A, C, A, A, B. Oh, that looks a lot cleaner already. Yeah, that looks a lot better. What I'm still not sure about is this hole in the middle there, but it looks a million times better. And then AZ, BC, CZ. A, B, C. Okay, alpha, beta, gamma, that's good. Anything else that needs to be looked at? P first, then B and C, that's 1 and 2. P first, then C and A, that's 2 and 0. And then 0 and 1 with P first, that's good. But again, the main difference, the total area, I just moved it out of here, but that should be fine. Okay, that already looks a lot cleaner. And really the main part that concerns me at this point is just... No, it is still showing some vertices there that I don't expect it to show. Wait, the total area, I gotta check that one as well. A, B, C. Okay, no, that stays the same. A, B, C. That stays the same, yeah. Okay. Yeah, the function should be the same internally, I believe, yes. 0.5 times by minus ay times bx plus ax plus... I just think it's easier if I just check it like this. It looks exactly the same to me. To the point that I'm pretty sure what I just did to check is the exact same thing that I did to write the function in the first place. But quiet about that. What else? Okay, I think we're good. In terms of what we're doing, I think we're good. The one thing I'm still maybe a little bit unsure about is the coordinate that I pass in to the rasterized triangle for the z coordinate. It's... What is min depth anyway? Oh yeah, I'm already doing some resolution stuff with the depth here. I'm using W. What happens if I use W here? Just for shits and giggles, you know? Probably breaks. Yeah, quite. Just experimenting a bit. Might as well. No, okay, now I'm more convinced about the value. What I'm still not sure about is what's happening here. Why is there a hole there? And why is this rendering when it shouldn't be? It happens at pretty much any... Yeah, it's even happening here. It's a little bit harder to tell, but it is happening here. Even though we are literally rendering the depth buffer, and we can tell that the depth being rendered is wrong. Okay, Does make me wonder if I can just store it as U8s. Because I am doing this calculation, I could just use that. And would probably be a lot simpler. But let me do that once I come back. There's gonna be an ad break for 3 minutes, and I'll be right back. Okay, we're back. And look at this gem that I ran into during the break. So, this stream right now that I'm doing right now, 4K. Alright? I'm gonna lower it to 480p. Why? Because AI needs the power, so I need to reduce my power consumption. That's As a matter of fact, 480p takes 1/20th of the bandwidth than 4K. And video streaming takes up about 75% of all internet traffic. Cutting it down would save huge amounts of energy. And people are upset about the energy costs with AI, but we waste more energy on streaming. And also the vast majority of streaming is complete waste, such as comedy specials, YouTube, kids streaming Bluey, reality shows, are hardly benefiting from 4K streams. It is LinkedIn lunatics, of course it is. I've never seen this subreddit before. I just saw this on Twitter, on an account called LinkedIn Lunatics, which I'm assuming gets its content from here. But yeah, I kind of want to take a look at the subreddit after this one, because holy. Have you considered? Yes, most of what people are doing on the internet has to do with streaming. Not necessarily this type of streaming, like Twitch streaming, just like Netflix streaming, right? YouTube content, streaming content. Have you considered reducing your usage of the internet for something that you're actually using so that we can generate more AI slop with the energy that you're saving? Sacrifice some of the internet, some of the power that you're actually using on stuff that to you is useful, such as entertainment, so that we can use it for stuff that helps humanity in absolutely zero ways. And shit, it's not like streaming the Kardashians is helping humanity in any way, but at least it keeps people entertained, which is more than AI can ever say. Because name one reason why AI should be given power. Like, one actual useful application for it. As always, we're talking about generative AI before someone says, oh, but what about medical applications? One good reason why it should be used at all. What benefits humanity here? Nothing. And yet, imagine having the absolute galaxy brain opinion that maybe the thing that people are actually using the internet for is wasting energy. The thing that nobody really wants to do, nobody sane really wants to do, should be given more power, and they should use less power for the things that they actually use it for. Why stream on Netflix when I could generate images with ChatGPT? Have you considered that? Why should you get to use the internet when I could use the internet instead? Hey MX. Now that I've seen that, I need to take a look at the subreddit. GTA 5 server owner. Okay, we're off to an amazing start, but it's not AI. At the very least, it's not AI. GTA 5 server owner. Holy shit. I'm gonna put Discord admin in my in my LinkedIn. I'm gonna get so many job opportunities. Oh, this guy's a Discord admin? Oh, wow. Discord admin for my own Discord, mind you. Your startup doesn't need a fancy office. It needs a floor. We have 4 chairs, 10 people, do the math. We used to play that at birthday parties when I was a kid. Now they play that in the office. Is that guy barefoot? Are those people barefoot? Imagine going to work for a startup and they're barefoot in someone's kitchen. Sharing 4 chairs and 2 of them are empty. No, the smell of that room must be fucking incredible. I'm posting club pics on LinkedIn. This is, unironically, the sanest thing we're gonna see on the subreddit. It's just two girls having fun and posting it on LinkedIn. The sanest thing by far that we're gonna see on this subreddit or on the entirety of LinkedIn. For anyone out there in the middle of negotiations for a new job, here's a power move. Ask for an additional $6,330 a year on your salary. Why? Because you eat a double chicken plus guac chipotle bowl every day for an entire year. That's what you'd need, or roughly $17 per day. Know your worth. Can't argue with that logic, because I don't fucking understand it. Chanel got grounded, apparently. Sometimes you're sitting at an executive dinner in a 5-star restaurant and you tell the table you're about to watch your daughter's second grade program mid-course cause hashtag priorities. Don't be afraid to embrace parenthood as the priority. No, honey, I was there. I was there. Your dad was holding up the phone. Look at the camera. That's me. You did great, honey. I was there. From a 5-star rest. What is a 5-star restaurant exactly? Because Michelin stars go up to 3. So, makes you wonder what a 5-star restaurant is. Although, according to Google, there are 5-star restaurants in Mexico. So I don't know, maybe Michelin stars work differently than they do in Europe. But as far as I know, they only go up to 3. Okay, back to the 3D rendering stuff. That's enough of the lunacy of LinkedIn. It was honestly not that bad. I was expecting so much worse. But, you know, barefoot in someone's kitchen, the startup is the worst thing I saw in there. That and, you know, stop using the internet so that I can generate more AI slop is another pretty good one. I will still love to know why my screen glitches around here sometimes. Even after completely resetting OBS, it still happens. Developing software with AI is still way faster than without. Let me put it this way. It's currently February. In 2 months, literally 2 months from today, I believe, it will be the 1-year anniversary since I started my operating system project. In that 1 year, without the use of AI, I have an entire operating system with a UI, with a networking stack, audio, although those two things, someone else worked on them primarily, but I did do the initial implementation of them. It runs Doom, it runs a lot of apps, it has its own library, which I then used to build a compiler, a build system, a 3D renderer in the CPU entirely. I'm doing HTML rendering. I literally
followed your channel.
I literally have a list of projects that I've worked on in the past year because there's so many that I don't even remember them. There's a game engine. And there is, you know, also the library contains a bunch of stuff such as compression, basic data structures, all of those different things. That's what I have been doing in a year while also having a full-time job, a social life, and the occasional other things to do with my life. And other interests outside of programming. Name one piece, one, of software built by AI or with the help of AI that comes anywhere near the work that I have done in the past year. Me, a single person. Again, not even dedicating every waking hour of coding to coding, while also maintaining other aspects of my life. To do apps, not exactly the flex that the AI bros say they are. They really aren't. Not to toot my own horn here, but yeah, sometimes you just have to. I'm still waiting to see a single vibe-coded project that is worth anything outside of the speculative market because, yes, AI companies are getting trillions of dollars and I am not. Fucking obvious. And I'm not saying that I should be given trillions, billions, or even millions of dollars. But I am saying the market is bullshit and we don't take that as a valid metric. We're talking about actual worth. What benefit to humanity or to its users or to people in general do any vibe coded projects bring? How have they improved anyone's life? Outside of the people who are getting, money from the stock market and investors because they hear the word AI and they're like, ooh, shiny AI, wow. Oh, let me give you a few billion that I have laying around. Still waiting to see a single one vibe coded project that is worth anything. Let alone the time that it took to build it, or how much correction the AI needed in building the project from a human. The actual value of it. I haven't seen a single project that has any value. And sure, I'm not expecting my operating system to replace Linux. But you know what? I have fun building it. Can the AI say that? Even that alone is enough value. In addition to the fact that I actually really like the experimental features that I'm coming up with the system. That doesn't really answer the question as I asked it. I hope this does, however, respond properly. It seems like they can't even agree on whether or not it uses generative AI, which is not shocking. But that's not the question that I'm asking. The question I'm asking is what vibe coded projects are actually worth anything? Robot opponents were trained by... No. Keep in mind, we're talking about generative AI. Machine learning in game AI is almost logical. Obvious is what I was going to say. I'm going to try to replace the... Well, hold on. Let me stage what I have. I'm not staging my models, but I am staging this stuff. Which, by the way, is the windmill here at least? Yes. I didn't need that to be available. And try to replace the Z buffer with the U8. using the normalized color already and replacing this with that. And that reduces the amount of memory that we need for it and makes it so we can set this to 0. I either inverted the condition without realizing it. Yeah, I feel like I did, because it's the opposite of what it's supposed to do. Alright, it sounds like even like that Google search that I did, they can't really agree on whether or not the assets are made with generative AI. But that's still not the question. It's just about like the code base of the project being made with generative AI. A project that was made with generative AI, not with the help, that they made the models. That's no. Which is already even, well, it's not more unethical. It's perceived as more unethical than code generative AI. But I'm talking about like code projects, because you said that, it's so much faster to code with AI than without it. Okay. So clearly, with everything that I have done code-wise in the past 10 months, literal 10 months to this day, I already gave you a list so big that I have to read it off my phone to remember of all the projects that I've worked on, which I would say are doing pretty well. So I'm assuming a lot of people smarter than me using generative AI are doing a million times the number of projects that I'm doing, right? Or at least 10 times the number of projects that I'm doing, or at least 2 times, or at least 1 time, or 0.5, or 0.1 times, or anything at all. Anything whatsoever. The ethics of training code AI is still basing getting training data from GitHub and maybe other sources, where the people that put them there assumed that most likely humans were going to look at it, but not robots. And also being done by companies where we cannot really guarantee that they only used what we explicitly put out there for the public in the first place. But it's very likely that we can believe that they also use things that we put privately on there, because it's an industry standard. So I put my code for my proprietary software on GitHub because that is the industry standard for Git repositories, and it may have been used to train AI. Also, those image generators, photorealistic image generators, such as the ones powered by Google, who has Google Photos. So when I have an Android phone and I use the cloud, which is a default thing to use, and they, suddenly come out with a photorealistic image generator, did you use my private photos for that without my explicit permission, perhaps? Just by me committing the sin of buying an Android phone that has cloud on by default. It's a question worth asking, In addition to, the multiple times that they've been caught literally pirating stuff for the purposes of powering their AI, and the times that they've straight up said, oh, we wouldn't be able to do this without copyright infringement. So, yeah. What is the point of training an AI if, to this point, you have this... if someone trains their own AI, ethically, like they said, they're not lying when they say we wouldn't be able to do this without copyright infringement, without stepping on your toes, essentially. They wouldn't be able to do it. Sure. Which means that if I wanted to train my own AI, I also wouldn't be able to get anywhere near their level. But the question is, why would I want to do that when even now that we have this incredible fucking life-changing technology, right? I keep getting told how this technology is revolutionizing everything. And I am seeing zero evidence of it revolutionizing anything in the past 3 years since it became really, really big in 2023. It's been 3 years. I already have proof of what I've worked on in the past year. And I would love to see AI get on a tenth of my fucking level. You might want to move your car, I feel like. Putting things in public means permitting anyone to use it with any purpose. Just want to make a little something clear. Thanks for the follow, Trevor. By the way. Just want to make a little something clear. There's this thing called a license, which explains how you're allowed to use software that is out there publicly. And there are, in fact, restrictions to how these licenses work. So no, putting anything in public does not mean that anyone can use it for any purpose ever. Although I'm sure that that's the defense that Elon Musk is going to use when they ask him why Grok was generating CSAM. Many AI first SaaS products that were mostly vibe coded, they come with more security holes than Swiss cheese. Yes, but what utility do they actually have? Because keep in mind another thing. When you vibe code a project and then try to sell it to me, what incentive do I have to buy it from you when I can just vibe code it myself? Your software is completely worthless. Whereas if the software is built by humans, I have, the entire experience of the team that worked on it, or the person that worked on it, or whatever, backing up the project. But you don't really get that with vibe-coded projects. So yeah, I've seen plenty of software as a service products that are AI first. I just haven't seen any use or utility in them, or any value to them when it actually comes down to it. So it's just a speculative market. It means absolutely nothing. Nothing worthwhile is being made vibe coding. And even if it was, that's the beautiful thing about it. If you can make it, I can make it. Speaking of which, is there a GPL license that specifically I was wondering about this. Anti-AI licenses. Yeah, this person put it pretty nicely. They 100% do not give a shit about your rights, your property, or you. Just because you put it there does not mean that they have permission to use it. It's not even about ethics, which are subjective, apparently. There's actual legality behind licenses, mind you, which is 100% being broken. It's just near impossible to prove it. But, you know the best part? Is that arguing for AI should be embarrassing. And I'm done debating AI. From now on, I'm just gonna point and laugh. Because, like, come on. We're all adults here. There's absolutely no reason anyone should be arguing for a technology like this. Okay, did this work? I feel like it didn't. No, I feel like I inverted it, if anything. I've never found AI to be useful in the slightest. Jester, can you stop? For the love of God. Yeah, no, that was wrong. That was wrong. It should have been like that. Yes, and it's converted to a depth color like this. Hell, it feels to me like that should work. And they're being mem set to 0 because the current Z is being set to that, and then being mem set, now actual mem set to that. And yet it's still wrong. Oh, okay, I'm setting it to wrong value, that's it. Probably. That was it. Yep. Though this is still wrong. This is still rendering when it shouldn't be. Why is its Z buffer brighter than this one's, the roof's? I feel like that's just an input problem. Yeah, for coding AI, like, I don't know, I've never found it useful. Because, again, same reason I haven't found copying code useful. It's not really all that helpful. Using a library is different, but even then, if it does something that you don't want it to do, or it works in a way that you don't expect it to, you have no control over that. With copying software, or even using AI, yeah, you can technically modify the code, but how helpful is that when you don't understand the code that was written? Also, yeah. It's like asking someone else to write your code for you, and then if it doesn't work, they are very likely to not help you. Okay, at least now I'm using less memory for the depth buffer, which is nice. I am still so confused as to why the depth of those other elements is wrong.
Rambling Geek readied your channel with 8 viewers.
Rambling Geek, welcome. Hey, Stony. How you doing? How's everyone doing, Raiders? Thanks for that, Stony. We're right now talking about AI, but it happens a lot, by the way. Not gonna lie. But also, we're building a 3D renderer. We're working on the depth buffer right now, and it's mostly working. But there is a little something weird with it, which is that these things here should not be rendering because there's a roof on top of them. But I guess I'm looking to fix that. Something about the coordinate system. Yeah. That's what I think. I think the logic for the depth buffer is good now, and I moved it to be bytes now, which is better instead of floats. And also I can initialize it to 0, but it is probably the input is wrong. Anyway, what have you been up to, Rambling Geek? And yes, Stony, I am more rested. More so, I didn't work today, so much better. Yesterday was quite a lot of work. And weird bugs the second I started the stream, whereas now Doom actually runs. I can switch back to using a float if I need to. So that can wait. For the time being, I think this works well. And also, it's literally the same value that I'm using to visualize. So it's really helpful that way. Since I don't have a rotation, I do wonder if it will be breaking at some point or another, but yeah, I'm not sure. He's got component for his robot. Interesting. That sounds really cool. Oh, there's some CAD learning fusion. Chat firing darts at me from the Nerf gun? What is going on in your streams? I'm gonna need to check this out at some point. This sounds incredibly interesting. All right. I do wonder if this works now, by any chance. It's worth a shot. Even though this won't actually change anything. Straight crash, huh? No, that didn't even crash. I just closed. Oh, it returns -1. Which the draw function probably interprets as an error. It does interpret it as an error. Yeah, so why am I returning a -1 there? Should return false. Which is to say, I just didn't do any rendering. The problem is it never does any rendering. Okay, I don't feel like debugging this right now at all. My coordinates are definitely bad, yeah. I can't imagine it's anything else. That function is incredibly simple. And if my coordinates are bad here, they're probably bad on the z-axis as well. Which would explain a lot. Alright, let's take a quick peek at what's going on. Okay, starting with this. Getting rid of the extra segments that may be optional in case that logic is flawed. Still renders nothing. Alright, thank you. Then, the value of the vertex is taken from the vertex shader, which comes from X position, camera position, Y position minus camera position, Z position minus camera Z position, 1 on the W axis, multiplying that by the matrix multiplier for the projection matrix, which is built like this. Yeah, I don't feel like debugging this right now. What can I say? Let's not go there. Yeah, so there's a few bugs to iron out, but we are rendering a little windmill. I'm gonna try some other models as well in a second. Although, again, this is probably also related to the same thing as this. But we're not doing half bad. We have a depth buffer. Because the other thing that I want to do today is also design how to make this rendering pipeline a little bit, programmable through OpenGL, Vulkan, DirectX, Metal, Plastic, CloseGL, Volcano, but whatever you want to call the graphics API that I'm going to be designing. But before that, before I forget also, I'm going to do one of the extra tasks for today. I have them open here. I was modding Age of Mythology, my bad. That's not nothing to do with this. Reports. Should we arrest all video game streamers? Nah. They're mostly fine. I did say today I would work on one of these. And then I might run a poll on what to work on next. Probably Monday. Or Sunday, actually. I don't know. You know what? Yeah, let's... Alright, but before that, I want to work on Golang. I want to check out Golang. So, Golang, do you happen to have a little playground? You do have a playground, actually. I have it open here. And it's their official playground, yes. So, checking out for my compiler design project, how to run a very simple program, which actually Odin, which I checked out yesterday, has in their main screen. We start with a program and an accumulator. We run certain operations based on the strings that we find here, and then we print the final result, which should be S7. All right. Is there no syntax highlighting? Funnily enough, there isn't. Okay. How do I declare a... Oh, that's a lot of tab. That's gigantic. I was looking at the weird indentation going on here. Turns out that's just the entire indentation. There was also a bit of something on my screen. At least we see a cursor today, that's true. Yesterday there wasn't a cursor, but that wasn't Odin's playground. They don't have one. So I just had to find a third-party one. Okay. Let's begin. Actually, part of the whole experience, which I haven't done so far, so I'm not really counting it. I'm not really judging these languages either. I'm just seeing what they're like. But I feel like I should have paid more attention to how easy it is to find documentation. For Odin, for example, I struggled a little bit yesterday because I found some weird variable declarations that ended up being not really how you declare variables. But mostly I understood how to do everything pretty quickly. But like, am I wrong for thinking that a language should give you the very basics in a very simple place? This is how you create a function. This is how you call a function. This is how you declare a variable. This is how you print. This is how you do a switch statement, an if statement. This is how you do a loop. You know, the very basics that pretty much all languages have, all of them should have a page that very quickly, very easily tells me how to do that. So if I want to write a very simple program that, like what I'm trying to write right now, I don't have to delve into your documentation. I can just see, why am I going into mkdir? Okay, it's literally just hello world, which by the way is cool for knowing that everything is working. I always start my projects with hello world. Lately I've been using different languages for hello world, but yeah. but it isn't helpful in the slightest. Which is why I really liked Odin's little example, which is what I'm trying to build today. Okay, so searching the documentation appears to be impossible. Is this a search bar? No, it isn't. Okay, so Golang declare variable. See, if I have to go to Google to learn how to declare a variable in your language, ugh. Go by example. Okay, so I've seen zigbyexample.com as well, so I'm assuming this is just maintained by someone else. Is it that hard to have your language have this? Okay, so var program equals to plus plus multiply this, no, plus plus minus, I'm pretty sure. Multiply this, divide. Plus plus multiply this minus divide. I'm trying to write the same program in all of these languages, because then I expect the result to be 0, right? So I have an accumulator initialized at 0. Does it have semicolons? No, it does not. Okay, print ln result, and then how do I do arguments? They're not really doing format strings. Am I wrong to think that I can just do this? That would be really cool if I could. Declared and not used is an error by default. Oh, okay. Okay, that is... I like their way of doing format strings, because you don't actually do format strings. You print like this. I'm stealing that. I'm stealing it. You know what a pain in the ass format strings are compared to this? Damn. Damn. It's so simple. Because other languages will do like crazy stuff like, oh, you know, result, then some weird formatting that looks like this. And yeah, it's very similar to doing this, but this feels cleaner. I guess I'll be able to see what it looks like when I move this code over to Zig. Zed, not Zig. Zed the text editor, not Zig the language. But hey, I like that. It's so simple, and I cannot believe I never thought of just doing it like that. I hate interpolated strings, honestly. Because then you remove an argument, and especially when you have a lot of arguments, it becomes so hard to tell which one is which. Doing it like this is so... The other way of doing it, which is interpolated strings, the way that C does it is result I period. Which looks cool, but isn't. So then you end up with this. The way that other languages do it is like this for Swift, for example. Just an escaped parenthesis. Hey, Fluka. Kind of like that. Which is, I guess, cool too. But it does kind of become a pain in the ass when you, I don't know, have to do something like... I'm just making up code here, but yeah, something like that. It becomes a little bit of a pain in the ass. This feels like such a good middle ground between those two that I am genuinely angry I didn't think of something so simple. And yet, they thought of something so simple, I'm just yoinking it from them and putting it into my library. It also gets rid of a problem that my printf function has right now, or my string format function has right now, which is a limit in the strings that it produces of 256 characters. So doing it like this is just a no-brainer. How did I not? Oh my god. It's actually so clever and so simple, and I hadn't thought of it. Because I was thinking like, okay, do I want to do strings like this? Or, you know, like other languages do it like this, or with brackets instead of parentheses. Let's simplify the code a little bit again. Do I want to do it like this? And this is the same, but simpler. And also on the compiler level, it doesn't require you to analyze the internals of a string, which is the main reason I haven't done something like this in my language. So hey, not bad, Go, not bad. I've heard a lot of good things about this language, so I'm not surprised that I am finding cool stuff, but hey, impressive job right there. Okay, oh. Strings and runes? What in the pagan... what in the pagan are we doing here? MCTS? I'm not sure you can ask me about that, considering I don't know what that is, to be completely honest with you. A Go string is a read-only slice of bytes. The language and the standard library treats strings specifically. Strings are made of characters. Okay, what the fuck is a rune? The concept of a character is called a rune. Oh, Monte Carlo tree search. See, I didn't even know that, so I'm not even familiar with it. I mean, probably studied it at some point, but who remembers anything about that? Certainly not me. It's an integer that represents a Unicode code point. I mean, I've heard of Monte Carlo, but that's all I can say. I've heard of it. Why would they call them runes? Are they just trying to be different? What's going on here? Does anyone know the history behind calling them runes? That is so weird. Maybe Wikipedia knows? I'm actually fascinated by this language, but... Oh, rune is an alias for int32. Just wanted to go back to the cave era. That's why I'm thinking like pagan... witchcraft kind of thing. I would love to know the history. Why does Go call them... Why does God allow suffering? Was that a search? Why does God allow suffering? Why does Gojo cover his eyes? Why does God allow evil? Why does God hate me? Oh no! Why does Google keep signing me out? Why does Google keep translating to Spanish? I do ask myself that question a lot. Anyone else still calling runes souls on their second Elden Ring playthrough? I forgot Elden Ring calls them runes. This person uses therefore a lot. Runes are a design choice. The designers of Go found code point to be an unwieldy phrase. Therefore, they added the word rune to the Go lexicon as a synonym for code point. There's a code point here, brother. Oh, Unicode code point. Each character sequence refers to a code point, the Unicode Consortium's way of referring to a complete UTF-8 value. Okay. See, I'm not that familiar with that. But in the poll that I'm going to run later, I do ask if we should learn a little bit about loading and displaying fonts. So, if anyone wants to learn more about that, you know what to answer in the poll once I run it. Probably after I'm done with Go. Okay, cool. So, runes. Interesting. So it's int 32, but specifically in the context of strings. Okay, nice-ish. And I can just index them like this. That's cool. So I just iterate like that. Well, maybe before displaying the value, I should calculate it. For I equals 0, I less than len of the program, I plus plus, right? Yep. Okay. Didn't mean to save that. I just do it instinctively at this point. Switch right here. Okay, switch looks exactly like a switch from C. Also interesting. This seems to be shorthand for var. Nice. I think. Switch on program I. Case it's plus. Does it use break? No, thank God. Accumulateur. Can I do increments? Yeesh. This indentation in this editor is awful. And for anything else, can I do default? Do nothing. End of... Oh, I just forgot. Result 1, because it does 1 plus 1 minus 1. Yep, okay. I gotta finish writing the rest of the program, but it looks like I've figured out the syntax. And there are increments, which a lot of languages just don't include anymore, including mine, but just because I haven't gotten around to it. I do wonder why a lot of languages just don't use increments anymore. Back in my day, we used to increment values with plus plus and minus minus, and we liked it. Ugh. One thing's for sure, common among all of these languages, their playgrounds are awful. Then again, at some point I'm going to create a text editor, and it's going to be worse than this, so maybe I should shut up. Okay, result 7, exactly as I expected it to be. I do have zig test here. It automatically syntax highlights, because Z has it. And now it looks a lot better. I like their syntax a lot. It's very similar to... I did do PHP as well, yes. It's been so long since I wrote it. And crusty as Rust, by the way. I like their syntax quite a lot. It's very similar to C, but with a few shorthands like this and this. Not entirely sure why it has both ways. Cool though. Here's PHP. Yes, I want the extension. I heard PHP got better. I guess it did, but it's not amazing. It is pretty simple though, let's face it. Yeah, it feels very similar to C, but more modern, which I really like. Yeah, it did get a huge overhaul, but this program didn't have particularly a whole lot of that. I wonder if someday I'm gonna make like a PHP project. Because I'm definitely not making a JavaScript project, so I might as well. I really like the simplicity in the print. Again, I cannot believe I didn't come up with something so simple on my own. Wow. It's so simple. And I was thinking, like, do I have to parse inside of the strings to know what variables are being interpolated? Because right now, obviously what I'm doing is this. The other option, it's a lot easier to show it here. The other option is doing something like this. But this is actually so simple, so clean. So cool. Great job to, I believe, is Google for the syntax of this language. I am interested, as a matter of fact, in doing some project in Go, maybe. Odin, I have to say, nice. I'm gonna use the C syntax highlighter. Actually, maybe Go might even be closer to it. Damn, it doesn't even detect any issues with it, so yeah. Odin looks cool, I have to say. Even closer to C syntax. To the point that I'm pretty sure I can do something like this in my language. Like this exact syntax. What else? Oh, it does have semicolons, which I think are mandatory in Odin. They're not in Go. I'm not gonna lie, semicolons should be optional. And then it's up to you whether you want to use them or not. Honestly, for me, it depends. Before I used to write a lot of C, so pretty much 11 months ago, when my main language was Swift and C++ for Unreal Engine, I used to not use semicolons all that much. Depending on how much I was working on my game, so how much I was using C++, I would use more or less semicolons in Swift, or forget semicolons in C++. Now that I'm mostly writing C, yeah, I find a lot of... I find myself using a lot of semicolons. And yeah, it is a syntax error when you're missing semicolons, but I haven't found that many like in languages where they're required, you forget it, and at least to a syntax error, I've had that happen. In languages where I forget a semicolon where it's optional and it changes the behavior of the program, I haven't had that happen. Maybe ever. Maybe ever. So I feel like semicolons are optional because of that. I do want to make them optional in my language as well. Just the parser is not incredibly adapted to that kind of stuff, so I'm not yet doing that. I'll have to make the parser a little bit better to have that behavior. I like Go. I like Go. Good job. I liked it. I'm interested in checking out more of the language. Same for Odin. Kind of same for PHP. Just because I've heard that it got overhauled. I'm familiar with old style PHP, and I don't know. Swift, I get enough of Swift, to be honest. I use it quite a lot at work, so I know how to use it. I enjoy using it, to be honest. Pretty much. My conclusion. Zig is okay, but it wouldn't be my first choice, to be honest. There is one language that I don't ever want to touch again. I'm gonna let you figure out which one it is. If you have a new line and then you have something like, I feel like the chat broke your indentation there. Zig is, what is that? Keep in mind, I have at import, C import actually. No, I call it import C, but it's the same thing. Where I do explicit imports in C because eventually I will want imports in my, well, C include actually. I call them includes, not imports. Eventually I will want to have my own style of import for modules, and I wanted to make clear which one is going to be a C style import and which one is going to be a normal import. I also was planning on having in my language something like this. Oh, invoke on the main function wouldn't make a lot of sense, but like, I don't know. This syntax is weird as shit, I have to say. Well, what the hell is that? I was planning on having something like this, where it's inspired by what Swift does with I forgot what they're called, but you can tag functions with this system. And essentially what I was planning on having it do is, for invoke, is it automatically allows you to call that function if you pass it in the arguments. So to call this function, I can call the program, say my program is called hello, then I just do hello test, and the main function automatically like parses the arguments, and if it finds test, it calls this function, essentially. Just a little shorthand for command line tools. For the build system, that would be really useful, because I can do... Yeah, right now my build system only allows one main function, and I would have to parse arguments if I want to allow it to build only this, or the whole thing.
Chervinsky raided your channel with 8 viewers.
Hello, Chervinsky. That's a lot of raids today. Welcome. Okay, let me snooze the ad real quick. Right now I'm taking a break from the 3D rendering that I was doing to work on a... Thanks, Tony. To check out Go, which I'm actually, I enjoyed it quite a bit, and I want to check out the language a little bit more in the future. And now I'm talking about a language that I built, or I'm building, but not the focus of today's stream. What were you up to, Chervinsky? Welcome, viewers. In the meantime, yeah, like for example, if you want to build only this module, then you could mark it as invoke and automatically do cred build. So you could do build cred build, and you would only build this module without having to build all the boilerplate for parsing arguments and all that stuff. But that's not a functionality that I currently have, so I'm not gonna run it. And another thing I can do, wait, you were doing a screen monitoring app for iOS, so you're using Swift? Tracking a mood before and after a user opens any app on his phone. Interesting. All right. Sounds ambitious, actually, and like something that Apple wouldn't want you to do, so. The thing about Swift is that it has that kind of stuff. It is something that Apple hates 100%. It's very anti-privacy. Do I have any Swift projects? I can just very quickly yeah, I'm not sure I have any on GitHub. But yeah, Swift actually allows you to create tags like that. I remember they have like View Builder, which is used by Swift UI. The Swift UI has an incredibly declarative syntax, but it's literally Swift. So kind of the same thing that I want to do for my system here. So not entirely sure where View Builder is used. Oh, yes. Okay. So HStack is a horizontal stack. It just puts items one next to the other in the layout of the view. And it actually has, it's a closure, so it's a lambda with an explicit return type, implicit return type. So there should be a return vstack, blah blah blah, all that stuff. Just if there's only one statement inside the closure, you can skip the word return, and it's kind of implicit like that. But I'm actually returning two different things here, the image and the vstack. And the way that it does that is with a view builder, which essentially just turns a sequence of elements into an array of elements. It does that a sequence of views into an array of views. But you can generalize it to do any other thing as well. It doesn't have to be views necessarily. So again, implicitly returning image and then vstack. Vstack, which is similar to HStack, just vertical, also returns this object and this object. And the view builder, so vstack is a view builder, something like that. Don't fully quote me on this. I don't remember the internals. It's been a while, but yeah. It transforms this sequence of objects that is being returned into an array. And you can build your own things that you can then use to tag functions and classes. It's something like that. Ugh, Apple's documentation is so ugly. Yeah, kind of like that. But anyway, this view builder thing is not built into the language. You can make your own. It's built into Swift UI, but that's a library, not part of the language directly. So maybe I would want to do something like that, though it is quite ambitious. But you know, maybe in the future I can have my language have something like this, because I really like the idea of boilerplate functionality being hidden behind a very simple helper like this one. And the at syntax I very much borrowed from Swift. Right now the only one I have is the include C, but yeah. I'm planning on adding more. Okay, there's an ad coming up, so I'll be back in 3 minutes, and we'll continue working a little bit on the renderer. Okay, I'm back. And during the last ad break, I opened my phone. I saw on Twitter a ridiculous LinkedIn post, and I came back and I looked at it. So now, then I just locked my phone and I unlocked it and I open it and it's on Twitter again and I see this. Which is, the post itself is not the problem. The problem is the format. So it's GitHub Projects Community posting 4 images which stack together like this in this layout. And it says consistency beats talent daily. But if you don't open the post, which I'm pretty sure people in the replies actually are, it looks like this. And that's kind of the point of the post, is that you see it and it says talent beats consistency daily, but then you open it and it says consistency beats talent daily. And okay, it's cool, it's a little gimmick. Everyone's doing it on Twitter nowadays because people on that app are fucking brain dead. Whatever. What it really makes me wonder is the enlightened people over at Twitter. The 5 engineers that didn't get fired when that one guy took over. What logic is there behind this? The order of these pictures is consistency is the first one, beats is the second one, talent is the third one, daily is the fourth one. And the order in which they're being displayed is 3, 2, 1, 4. What's the logic behind that? The first picture is the third one. The third picture is the first one, whereas the second one and the fourth one are perfectly fine in their place. Why are these two swapped? Who came up with this layout? What logic is there behind it? Why is it shuffled like that? And everyone is using this format to do stuff like this? Literally, I opened Twitter and I saw the one post from GitHub and the post from Proton VPN. That was the same format as this one, just about censorship and VPNs. Just genuinely, how do you come up with a logic so illogical? Where the third image becomes the first and the first image becomes the third and nothing else changes. What led to this? What's the logic behind? What does the code look like? I want to see the code. I want to see the code because I know it's brain dead. Come on. Also, a while ago they open sourced their Twitter algorithm, which is, by the way, the worst algorithm I have used on any social media app ever, by far. Worst one. Never seen a worse one than that. Beats others bar none as the worst one. And they open sourced it. I do wonder if somebody has found any ridiculous stuff. Because they actually open sourced it all the way back in like 2023 for the first time. And then I'm pretty sure they just like stopped using it because they kind of exposed that Elon was boosting his own tweets, Donald Trump's and a bunch of other people's, and suppressing anyone who was slightly left-wing. So they just quietly just retreated. Now they're publishing it again, so... But I haven't heard anyone say anything about that algorithm, so... I'm assuming the code is so ridiculous and unreadable that nobody even bothered. I think that's a fair assumption to make. Okay. Back to my 3D... No, wait. Before I get to the 3D renderer. Okay. Today I'm working on a 3D renderer. I did the depth buffer. It has a couple things to iron out, but I think it's doing okay. You good, buddy? Wakes up, coughs, goes back to bed. Perfect life. He's gonna have dinner in a bit. You can spoil his appetite. Come on. I also don't like encouraging him being given treats like that. Okay, so today I worked on the depth buffer, and I want to work a little bit on designing what the pipeline is going to be like for, programming this renderer, even if it's CPU only, but even once I make it, 3D accelerated, I have to come up with my own graphics library for it. Or replicate one of the existing ones, whichever. But tomorrow and Monday, I'm not sure exactly what to work on. And so I kind of want to get people's opinion on it. So I want to run a poll, which I mostly want to use to gauge interest in these different things. It's mostly just orientative. I may not necessarily do the thing that it says at the beginning, but... And it's not for today. Okay, so I'm going to put the project name here and then what to do. Learn how to use TreeSitter, which is the syntax highlighter for most code editors, as far as I know. I know Vim uses it, Emacs uses it, Zed uses it, pretty sure VS Code probably uses it. So it is a useful thing. Will it make good engagement on my channel? Maybe. But these are for the stream only, so I kind of haven't used those in a while. But yeah, maybe. If I want to run a more long-term one, which honestly this one should have been, but hey. I might run it, and on Discord as well, I guess, but that one's off stream. Let's do this one for the stream. Okay, can't type anymore. Hey Firefox, can you please fix your... There was a way of fixing this when Firefox just stops working, but... Oh, there it is. Alright, so hold on. Everything that I typed is being typed in right now. What is happening to it? I'm just gonna keep typing in here for now. Um... Let's call it code generation, just to make it a little bit clearer, even though it's not completely true. This is ridiculous. What is happening to Firefox right now? I lost everything. Oh, it's ready. It's ready, is it? Okay, for the 3D renderer. I'm just gonna type them all out and then I'm gonna explain them. Okay. So I have these to work on again. I'm probably going to work on all of them on stream at some point or another. I just kind of want to gauge people's interest in them. Oh, you opened finally. Christ. So how many are there? There's 8 options. See? There. All right. The first one I was talking yesterday about my compiler. It should be able to, do some optimizations and kind of transformations on the code. For example, a lambda function that exists within the... I don't have any examples of that. Oh, no, I do. A lambda function is a function that exists just within another function, but in terms of C code, it should exist outside of that. So I need to make something that transforms that, maybe does some optimization, gets rid of, missing classes that are never called and whatnot. It won't necessarily do all that in the first version, but it will be able to... This is so slow. What is happening? My God. It should be able to do those things eventually. Holy, why is this so bad? I'm literally just trying to copy and paste something into a form. This is basic HTML. Why is it so difficult? Why do I feel like your website is taking up 1,000,000,000, billion, trillion, quadrillion megabytes of memory? Oh, it's just Firefox that's not working, I feel like. Why is your browser not able to take keyboard input? Every time I deal with the web, I just want to cry a little bit. Now it won't open anymore. Okay. I guess I'm not running a poll. I might run it on my YouTube community page later. If I have to. But okay, just to explain. Okay, so that was the, optimizing code, getting into that aspect of the compiler. Let me see if it works now. Oh, it even stayed there. And it works again. Okay, cool. The other one is TreeSitter, which again is the syntax highlighter that most code editors use. So I could have syntax highlighting for my code editor, but also the syntax that it uses in order to know how to highlight your language. I probably may want to take a little bit of inspiration from that so that I can use it in my own syntax creator. Because my language's syntax is just defined in a text file, but it's kind of becoming hard to read. I can investigate a little bit about hardware acceleration for the 3D renderer. Then I can add modules to my compiler, so, imports, that kind of stuff. A while ago for the operating system project, I created a little bit of a distributed architecture so you can use resources from other computers on your local network. I implemented a very simple, quick and dirty prototype of it, but I deleted all the code because it was quick and dirty, mostly dirty. So I want to do that properly. And I eventually want to use it to have a software repository for the operating system. Package manager kind of thing. To be able to use resources that are available in other computers as well, to share information between Linux and the system. What idea am I stealing from you? What are you doing? I can continue my HTML SVG or just a document renderer, which I intend to use a lot. Actually, this thing here is supposed to be a document that is meant to be rendered in a prettier format than this. So I kind of want to come up with, make a document renderer with the excuse of doing that with HTML rendering. This one's more of a refactor. My current compiler code generator, because it's a transpiler that transpiles to C, kind of sucks. So I would want it to make a little bit better with a template engine, which can also then be used for, you know, generating websites, for example. And finally, just exploring fonts a little bit in the operating system, because the only font that my operating system has is actually the same one that all my projects have right now. This one. It's okay, but it's very basic. It's an 8x8 embedded font, so maybe I want to make it a little bit better. I am making it multiple choice, so you can vote for different things. And again, it's not for today, it's just so I can gauge interest in these projects. Distributed video encoding, nice. See, that's another thing that I would want it to power. All right, there's the poll. And I'm gonna pin it to the chat real quick. You know, if the chat was updated on my laptop. There it is, and YouTube has been awfully quiet today, but there it is in chat as well. I do wonder. Ah, wonderful. It has an ad. Beautiful. Is there a way that I can just embed? Not really. Embed, yeah. Ugh. I do think I'm live because they're having. Are you serious? A full screen ad? Alright, well, screw you too. My god. My god. I guess we'll have it here. Right now it's tied 1 to 1 to 1. But again, not really a poll with winners. Okay. Oh, you did get a notification? Okay. There's not a whole lot of people watching on YouTube right now, but yeah, you never know with these platforms. They're always a little bit glitchy. Okay. Anyway, poll is just gonna run for the rest of the stream. It's not gonna be a whole lot, to be honest, but yeah. I want to look at how other APIs are built, for other graphics APIs are built, so I can model mine after theirs, somewhat. Um, I guess I would want to look at code examples, but it's not amazing. Why don't you have all your code in one example? For the love of God. Open.gl, nice. OpenGL boilerplate code, that's what I want. That's actually what I want. This is not boilerplate code. I just want to look at a very simple single file OpenGL renderer, just so I can see the names of all the functions, how to load shaders, all of that stuff in one single place. Minimal code to get triangle on Linux. That sounds promising. It is not in a single place. Oh, maybe this? It's using X11 directly, but yeah, this is what I want. This is what I want. This is what I want. Okay, can I open a new window in this thing? Not like that. Not like that either. Control Shift N. Okay. Yeah, so I just want to compare this code and maybe Vulkan code. Wait, hold on. A direct comparison might be nice to look at. Oh, a gist might be a good place to look. Okay, so this is what Vulkan has going on for it. Holy. Maybe we don't want this. Wait, hold on. That's not how you copy a gist, is it? It's the cute little 1300 lines. Okay, metal hello world triangle. Le triangle dans le métal. Non, c'est le fragment. C++, I forgot it's C++. Can I search as gist.github.com? Can I search directly on metal hello world triangles? What is that marching cube stuff? I don't think that's mine, is it? Okay, so none of the results show Swift or C++, which are the main languages that you would use for metal. So it seems like this one's exactly what I'm looking for. Same for this one, I'm pretty sure. Yep, this is exactly what I'm looking for. And I guess I also want DirectX. This one I've never worked with. Never even looked at. Does anyone code directly in it? I guess maybe like proprietary game engines do that or something. Yo, wait. Raspberry Pi Video Cube? Ah, but OpenGL. I thought that was going to be a very helpful hardware renderer tutorial. Nothing on GitHub. Hello Triangle. On GitHub pages documentation though, here we go. Why don't you put all the code in one place? Okay, are there any more pipelines? There's OpenGL, Vulkan, Metal, DirectX. I think that's the big four. Don't think there's a fifth one until I make one. Three 2D pipeline. No, I'm not really looking for graphics pipelines. I'm looking for APIs. CUDA is compute. So you use that one to do operations, which I also want to do eventually, but like it doesn't really make much sense to use it right now since it is a CPU renderer. So what would be the point of doing CPU compute on the CPU from the CPU? But eventually it is something I want to do once I have hardware acceleration, if I'm able to. Hey Jax builds. But yeah, it is separate. I think that's all there is. Wait, isn't there something like a web one? Web GPU? Hello Triangle. Not available in this browser. Main the shit vertex or fragment shader. Okay, so those aren't even included here, but I guess we'll take it. Okay, so I kind of want to analyze how they do things. Right. So, OpenGL is quite stateless, which feels weird, I have to say. I don't love it. Wait, first off, this is kind of immediate instead of buffered. Which is to say, alright, begin drawing quads. Draw this color for this vertex, this color for this vertex, this color for this vertex. So this isn't even exactly what I was looking for. Because, I don't know, I've never understood this when it comes to OpenGL. The way that they teach it is, here's how you do it. Here's how you do a triangle, right? You declare a color, you declare a vertex. You declare a color, you declare a vertex. Got it? Got it. Cool. However, this is a very inefficient way of doing things. So, scrap all that, learn this other way of doing it with buffers, which is the correct way of doing things. Couldn't you just have taught the first one? I understand that this is simpler, but couldn't you just teach the first one? OpenGL example is a toy example. Yeah, but that's kind of a problem because I don't want to have that toy example. Especially for a CPU renderer, we need all the performance we can get. Yeah, you can do it this way, but nobody does it this way anymore. And that every single tutorial I've seen, even when I started doing OpenGL back in the day, it was like this. They taught me this. I was like, okay, I get it. I get it. I get it. Oh, you don't do things like this anymore? Oh, it's like really inefficient? I'm supposed to learn an entirely new way of doing it? Then why did you waste my time doing this? So using AI for my game engine is so efficient if you provide the info correctly. I don't know. So this example doesn't actually give me what I wanted. Great. Now we're back to basics. And I looked up buffer specifically. I'm assuming their next one teaches that, except this is not even the one that taught it. Wait, they do vertex buffers in this one though. Yeah, but can you show me your whole code? Here. Okay. This one should be better. Yes. Okay, this one's better. Although I still have to highlight a lot of the same things that are true of the OpenGL in the immediate mode. Is the fact that it's completely stateless, and that feels kind of weird. So I would want it to be a little bit more programmable than that. Even if I do make a stateless default get something on the screen type of API, then maybe I would want to make it look like this, but this feels really weird. It doesn't have any like control over what kind of rendering you're doing. So, for example, I would want to be able to specify the depth buffer myself as the programmer using the pipeline, not as the programmer of the pipeline. And so I could, if I need to use the depth buffer for anything, such as I want to render it to the screen, or I want to use it for some effects, because a lot of effects actually use the depth buffer. Then I should be able to have access to that directly. And I also kind of want to tell it like, okay, take this piece, this piece, this piece, put them all together, render. You know, so this vertex buffer shader, this fragment shader, this way of turning triangles into pixels, right? Because there's rasterizing, but there's also ray tracing. That's another one, another way that you can do it. So I would want to be able to mix and match these things, and this kind of immediate syntax doesn't allow you to do multiple things at once, kind of, because it's stateless like that. And I don't love that. So I don't want it to be stateless like this. But as an example of what GL looks like, it's good. Okay, so we have some window initialization stuff going on here, which I don't need to do any of that. I already have a very simple single call for initializing a window. Why you need more than that is beyond me. And why no standard libraries include a way to create a window? Beyond me. Except for standard libraries for languages like Swift, which is associated with a specific window environment for Apple. But even then, it's technically different. They're kind of starting to merge Mac and Windows, Mac, iOS, and iPadOS, so that you can do things in the same way with SwiftUI, for example. But yeah, that's still Apple. Apple's programming language for the Apple ecosystem. But like, why is there no built-in windowing system into any library? It feels like at this point it should be useful. See you, Ice Dave. Then again, I have it, and it's literally just one function, and it's that simple. It's that simple. And all the complexity behind it when it comes to, you know, this stuff. Right now, Raylib is doing it, but even once I get rid of Raylib and I start doing it directly with GLFW, it's gonna be that simple. It's just one call. You don't need more than that. Okay, where are we actually starting the GL code? A lot of the initialization is actually handled by GLFW, so that's not super helpful for seeing what we want, but we do have a create shader which returns a simple number, which acts as a, pretty sure, an index for the shader, which I like that. That way you don't have to load it every time. The GPU already has it loaded. I like that. Oh, you're actually just creating it, and then you're giving it the code, and then you're compiling it. Which, yeah, you can compile it at runtime. It's actually quite helpful for compiling it to the specific GPU that you're working with, which you can't really know ahead of time. Or it changes. It changes. Pretty sure the game engine or the game, if it's well made and well optimized, will actually do the compilation only when something has changed. So you don't have to do it every time, but yeah, for a very simple hello world, you do it every time, it's fine. Get shader if. Don't know what this is. It seems to be just be getting the information on whether it succeeded or not, and then printing an error. I just don't understand what the IV stands for. Information value? I don't know. You do the same thing for the vertex shader, for the fragment shader. You then create a program. You attach the shaders to the program, you link the program. Okay, so this actually allows the same thing that I mentioned before, but what I don't like is that it is stateless like this. You just use an integer to refer to everything, and it's kind of, I don't know, I feel like it's easy to mess up. Maybe not, maybe not. Maybe I'm just overreacting a little bit. As long as you have this program, which I completely forgot this existed, as long as this exists, it allows you to create different pipelines, and that's good enough for me. What I'm dreading is Vulkan, by the way, looking at that one. Okay, so a lot of boilerplate for, like, deleting the shader. Oh, I guess once you've created the program, you no longer need to have them anymore. So the program is already fully compiled, I guess is what that means. You can add other shaders in there to like a geometry compute. Yeah. So if I want to have a completely separate compute shader that, I don't know, does basic calculations for me, I can just create another program. That's kind of what I forgot that existed. Okay. What I still don't like about it is having to get explicitly the return type when this could easily just give it to me. I don't know why you don't just have a return type, but yeah, whatever. Then we have vertices and indices. Generated vertex arrays into these values, I believe. Generating the buffers for them, binding them. How are you binding them? Here. Here you pass the vertices that you have. And the indices of the vertices. Not sure what this 0 is for. Bind buffer 0. And bind vertex array 0. Is it on binding? VAO is an ID. Yeah, that sounds about right. Is it me or does the binding seem unnecessary? Especially since I'm not binding it to the program or anything like that. I don't quite get what's going on here necessarily. Clear color. Do you have to set the clear color every time? I feel like that kind of defeats the purpose of having two functions for this. Because you could just, you know, have this out of here. Use program, binding the vertex array, drawing triangles, and the unsigned integers as the vertices. You can have more than... I believe. Okay. Swapping the vertices, which just commits the draw, and then pulling events, which gets keyboard input. Okay, so this part is not even part of GL. Technically, it's part of GLFW. Same as this, but GL has its own call for it, I'm pretty sure. It's like, yeah, that's what displays stuff.
Himmelschuh 9428 followed your channel.
Was that not French? Now it's German. I'm not sure. And then at the end, deallocating all the resources and terminating the window. Okay, so I like it's a simple, very straightforward way of doing stuff. It feels like in a lot of cases it could be simplified, so most likely I'm going to want my API to simplify it. And if I need to create GL bindings, I'll unsimplify it afterwards. Right. Cool. Okay, so I'm definitely not gonna make a GL conformant library right away. This is gonna be a pain in the ass to read. Holy. Do you have a main function by any chance? Somewhere I can start. Yeah, okay, you get a main loop. Okay. So Vulkan is so much more verbose than GL, but I've never actually worked with it, so I don't understand where all the verbosity is even necessary. So this one's probably the one that I'm most interested in learning what benefit do you have from being so explicit about what you're doing. Okay, and the main loop, is that the first function being called here? No, it is actually being called by this run. Okay. So again, initializing the window, initializing the window, initializing the window, initializing the window. Why do you need so many initializers? Setup Vulkan is the first one. There is so much going on here. I know. I'm annoyed too, Jester. The ints here are most of the GIU ints. Is an enum type or a struct? All this to draw a triangle, yes. You need like 1,000 lines of boilerplate to draw a triangle. I've always known that it is very verbose. I've never understood why, but I've never used it because it's... Alright, so when I'm creating an instance, for example, what am I doing? I'm giving it a name, I'm giving it a version, I'm giving it an engine name, I'm giving it an engine version, and I'm giving it an API version. So I guess that's helpful for reasons. Now, yeah, I understand it. It's extremely configurable. It's just, why would I want to customize the engine name and application name separately? API version, I totally understand. Totally 101 million%. This I want to copy. Oh, so maybe I should start making a list of things. everything that I saw in GL to me seems pretty, I'm gonna need it in order to render. So, yeah, I'm not going to add it to this list here, but define API version explicitly on init, which pretty sure GL has as well. I just don't remember seeing it here. Either I missed it or yeah, here it is. Well, this is a GLFW, but I'm pretty sure internally it also includes GL. I'm just gonna write down stuff that doesn't seem super obvious to me. Okay. This is a lot of boilerplate for just creating an instance. And this is what it's actually doing. VK create instance. Okay. Cool. It seems like so much boilerplate, and it doesn't seem to be configuring anything particularly like impressive. I do believe most likely if those options are configurable, there's gonna be a case in which you need to configure them to something other than what 99% of people are configuring it to. But why do 100% of the people have to write this boilerplate code is my question. I'm gonna skip the debug part. Why are we creating a window surface? This is not even it. It is done by GLFW. I hope. Anyway, I have no idea. There's more boilerplate than in a Java Hello World. You did something wrong, yeah. I feel like, yeah, if you want to allow them to customize this stuff, allow them to customize this stuff, sure. But don't force them to customize all this stuff. When I can guarantee you most people are just going to use the exact same settings as everyone else. And let me guess, there's probably some libraries that streamline a lot of this. Am I wrong? It's just a hunch I have. Physical device. So you explicitly define the physical device that you are working with. Well, except in this example, they're using one physical device. But here they are not. Although choosing the physical devices seems like an interesting thing to do. Right? That seems cool, I want to say. Maybe I want to include something like that. But again, simpler than this. Swap chain support. Who doesn't support swap chains? What are we doing? Extensions. By the way, are these in order? So I don't have to jump around. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they're in order. I have no idea what these extensions are. But okay, that seems like something I'll need to bother with. Q families. Brother. Logical device. So it's different from the physical device. Alright. Debug callback, semaphores. VK structure types create some for create info. They're creating two of them for image available and rendering finished. Maybe I'll want to come back to this and see how it's working. See where they're using them. Anyway, then they're creating a command pool. Then they're finally creating a vertex buffer. It is so explicit. Oh, wow. Again, I struggle to believe that 99% of applications, even commercial, like AAA game applications, need this much customization. Uniform buffers, uniform data, get memory type, create the swap chains, choose the surface format, okay, format customizing. Is kind of useful because, as a matter of fact, my for convenience purposes, my operating system uses BGRA because when you put that in a hexadecimal number in Little Endian, it becomes ARGB. So I can define colors like this. Well, this is the alpha. Whereas then in memory, they get stored as BGRA. So it's quite convenient for me to write hexadecimal numbers like you would in HTML, for example. And that's why I chose this format for the operating system. But, for example, in Raylib, I don't really get to customize the format that it uses. And so it always uses, I believe it's RGBA or maybe ARGB. And I have to do the swap manually, which actually adds overhead. Because I can't even do it with a shader, mind you. I have to do it manually. And so I have to iterate over all my pixels and swap them out before I render to the screen, which is a little slow. So format customization shouldn't go here, it should go here. But it's definitely something I want to have in my pipeline. 100% necessary. Swap extent. Not sure that that's necessary. If mailbox is unavailable, fuck around and find... No, wait. First in, first out. That's what that means. Present mode mailbox or find... I keep wanting to read it as fuck around and find out. It means first in, first out. First in, find out. That's what it means. Okay, then we create a render pass. So render passes are... Yes, yes, yes. We want those. And what are we including here? Sample counts, load operation, store operation, stencil, initial layout, final layout. Not entirely sure what's going on here, but then again, my graphics programming knowledge, mostly OpenGL, mostly shaders, a little bit of metal, but it's been so long that I don't even remember. I think I had a sample on my GitHub. But yeah, it's been a long time. Okay, so yeah, I'll want that, but I don't understand what any of it means right now. Create image views. Well, I'm not sure if it means what I think it means, but render targets. I want those. I know that much. Creating frame buffers. That's the render target, so the frame buffer should already exist. Shader modules. Okay. It's just loading them from file. Okay. Yeah, so you create the two shaders and then you... What customization are we doing here? Shader stage create info. Vertex bit, fragment bit. Okay, so just specifying this is a vertex shader. So you're going to create a shader. It's going to be a vertex shader. This is the information for it, and it's going to be called main or go into the main module. I don't know exactly, but yeah. Describe its input. I'm not going to lie, I do like that. It is useful to be able to specify how that works. Although right now my pipeline only allows triangles. Define the viewport. Not sure what scissor is, but okay. Rasterization. Okay, so this one's interesting. Discard enable, polygon mode fill, call mode back, front counterclockwise. I do like being able to customize these things. What else does it have? Face order. Yeah, these are nice to have, I guess. Multi-sampling. Oh, anti-aliasing. Color blending. I feel like the shader should define these things. That makes it a lot simpler. I don't know. Recently rescued the ThinkPad X1 Yoga Gen 4. Nice. Happy to hear it's been rescued. Then describe the layout. Uniform buffer, vertex bit. Oh my god, it's too verbose. It is too verbose. If they had defaults for most of these things, I feel like it would actually be an incredible library. But they don't. They don't have those things. Descriptor pool, descriptor set, command buffers. Holy, we're not done. We're not done. Even though we're reaching the end, but look here. That's where we are right now. Anyway, so I'm definitely gonna want command buffers, but holy, this feels painful to look at. Draw. We got to draw. Okay, so this is where it's using the semaphores. Yeah, I don't like this pipeline at all. Okay. Wow. That was painful, genuinely painful to look at. There is an ad running on Twitch right now, but I do want to finish this. What is this anyway? Oh, this DirectX. I completely forgot I was gonna look at DirectX too. Okay, so Vulkan. That's too much code, man. It's too much code. It's 1,379 lines of code for a Hello World. And keep in mind, GLFW is getting rid of any of the windowing stuff. All of that is being handled by a library, not by it. So I feel like it should at least allow you to do that. I feel like at the very least, if you're gonna make it this customizable and this verbose, just throw in a little treat of windowing. That hard to do. I feel like that'd be useful. Okay. Next up, we got 80 lines. Feels short, I have to say. A little bit too short, almost. 80 lines. It also uses command queues and buffers and all that stuff. Could use a coffee. I had one at the beginning of the stream, but it ended really quickly, so. I feel like I'm always glazing Apple on here, but come on, I feel like they might have done it right. I don't know. Okay, I'm gonna wait for the ad to finish on Twitch before I look at it, but I get a feeling they know what they're doing. It's mad annoying after basic graphics. I remember using it a long time ago. There he goes. What a showman he is. Sorry, my dog's schizophrenic. I remember using it, but really all I did was, I mean, it wasn't basic graphics. I even had like a physics-based rendering fragment shader, yeah, PBR. By the way, is that still the go-to for cool graphics nowadays, or is there something better? I would love to know a little bit more about that. That was fairly easy to implement, but then again, in terms of the pipeline itself, it's just a vertex shader or fragment shader. Most of the cool stuff about it is in the fragment shader itself. It's pretty simple. Okay. We're back on Twitch. So, not sure how it would work in terms of, you know, I want to have a render target separate from the main view, that type of stuff. Like if you want to have a, I don't know, a minimap that's rendered from an above view kind of stuff. Just not the best way of doing a minimap, but it is a fairly standard way of doing a minimap, essentially, especially for procedurally generated content. I feel like that's pretty standard. And that or split screen games or anything like that, you would need multiple render targets. So I wonder how would that work in Metal, for example? I don't know, I've never done that. You know what is absolutely awful in Swift? The old way of doing UI. The new one is that declarative syntax, pretty cool. Most of the times you don't care about like the specific pixel layout of the content, and you're okay with just letting the framework handle that for you. If you do, it still lets you do it. kind of like HTML, CSS, kind of let you do that kind of stuff. Most of the times you're okay with the default layout. If you wanted to customize it, you can. The old one required shit like this. What the fuck is this? What the fuck? I have worked with these systems. I genuinely don't even remember what this means. My god. It was awful. So SwiftUI really is a gift from the heavens. Okay, so I do see that they have a default device. See what I mean, Vulkan? Have you considered doing that? I sent out my drone with coffee. If it doesn't arrive in a few minutes, it may have crashed. Alright. Well, someone might just get showered in coffee in near freezing weather and probably rain. Can't really tell, but yeah. It's been raining literally all year. It's so cute when he does that. He just comes up to me, nudges me, and then gets back on the bed. Such a cutie. Alright. In 2 days, he's gonna have a very shiny new little smile. He's getting veneers. And he's getting his teeth cleaned. Yeah, I feel like Vulkan would be an amazing API if it had this word anywhere in it, I feel like. And hell, maybe it does, but I've never seen a simple example that has less than 1,000 lines, so I'm not sure about that. Okay, you make a command Q. Would I need that in my... Maybe not the first version, maybe eventually I want to have it. I don't know. Keep in mind, a lot of this stuff might not even be necessary for the very beginning. A pipeline descriptor, pixel format, very nice. Vertex function, fragment function. That easy. It's that easy. How do you know? Okay, so you just create a pipeline descriptor, then you save it to this pipeline state, and then when you're drawing, you have an encoder. Yo. You have an encoder, you pass it the vertex bytes, you set the pipeline state, you draw with a primitive, vertex start, vertex count, end encoding, present it. You commit after you present, apparently. That's a little weird. Or maybe it's a mistake in the code. Keep in mind, this is just user submitted code. They might have even posted it because they had an issue and they were asking for help somewhere. And they were like, here's the code. So like, let's take everything with a grain of salt, but overall it helps me see what the API looks like. Again, it looks to me like Vulkan if it had the word default anywhere in its library. Not to glaze Apple once again, but good job. It's really that simple. It should be that simple. We got Linux versus Apple one more time. Very similar way of doing things. Apple just provides defaults, and it works like a charm. Not to glaze Apple, but I do always end up glazing Apple, at least compared to how Linux does things, because, yeah. Okay. Then we got what do I call him? The special one in the family, DirectX, made by Microsoft, so God only knows what I'm about to see here. I'm excited, I hope you are too. Alright, we start by initializing an application, which funnily enough, I guess it's just a different class. So it handles all the GLFW stuff. that pretty much all of them have been handling so far. AH. It uses a factory pattern. Java would be proud. Hey, Melephus. Oh, definitely better to glaze Apple than glazing Microsoft. Come on. Obviously. It goes Apple, Google, Microsoft. Microsoft. It should be lower, but you know, I want it to be seen on camera, so. Oh, and then Apple, Google, Microsoft, Linux. Intentionally on the other side, but still pretty high up. It's not bad, it's just frustrating. I'm not mad, I'm just disappointed. I'm not mad, I'm just annoyed. Yeah, let's put it like that. I'm not mad, I'm just annoyed. Okay. So, besides the little factory pattern, why would it be hard to pronounce? Okay, seems simple enough, but doesn't have a whole lot of oh wait, hold on. It just initializes the devices, but it actually creates the device here, so. Oh, Meta? Yeah, Meta is actually off camera. I'm sorry, you can see that one. Nah. Hold on. These tech companies are all competing for who can fuck up the most, who can be the worst one. And it's hard to choose. It's really hard to choose. God. So many great nominees this year. Nvidia has joined the race as well? It's an incredible time to be in tech, I'm not gonna lie. The beautiful thing is Apple just doing nothing and still being so much better than all of them. And Linux also doing nothing and getting free publicity by how bad Windows is so beautiful to see. Both of them are getting free publicity. It's like you get so frustrated with Windows. If you got money, you get a Mac. If you don't, or you don't like the walled garden, you get Linux. Free advertisement for both of them. All they have to do is just sit around doing nothing. Incredible. Oh, Windows, not Windows. Facebook has always been bad, but Windows is just so. At the very least, like people actually enjoy using Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp, React. Even I don't get that one, but yeah, whatever. People enjoy using them. I don't get Facebook either, for that matter. But yeah, that's okay. Yeah. Your friends are on there, I guess. But who enjoys using Windows? That's the question. It exists purely because of contracts and connections to island guys. At the very least, I can understand. Okay, yeah, I use Instagram because I have friends on Instagram. They send me reels. Yeah, totally. It's very understandable. You know, I have my friends on there. I post stuff on there. Yeah, okay, of course. I use Facebook because I'm a 50-year-old woman. Or I'm Filipino. Okay, I understand why you use Facebook. I use WhatsApp because I use it to chat with literally everybody outside of the United States. Yeah, that makes sense. I use Windows because I have to. I have no other option. I use Windows because I use Adobe software, which is just like... it's even worse. But Who actually goes like, oh yeah, I enjoy using Windows? Nah. Never heard that one before. At the very least, Meta makes products that people like, or enjoy using, or want to use. Can't really say the same for Windows or Microsoft, except for the games. But come on, they didn't even make the games, really. They bought the game studios. Okay, so DirectX, creating a device, specifying that it's hardware, feature level. Right now, I'm not really working on anything. I'm just looking at Hello World setups for graphic pipelines or graphic libraries. GL, Vulkan is behind the menu here. Metal, this is DirectX, and this is WebGL. So I can design my own graphics library eventually. We know why it's called Microsoft. Yeah. Okay, so you make a swap chain descriptor. It's surprisingly less bullshitty than I was expecting it to be, not gonna lie. Microsoft, did you cook with this one? You microwaved. You microwaved with this one. Well, let's see if we upgrade it to a air fryer type of deal. But yeah, so far they microwaved with this one. Okay, buffer usage, buffer count, scaling, swap effect. Interesting. Create swap chain for Hund. Who's Hund? Hardware no deal? What the fuck does Hund mean? Whatever. Get Win32 window, so it's very explicit about that, but that's GL. GLFW, I mean. Maybe a German guy. Passing the descriptors, creating the damn thing. That easy. Microsoft, I'm upgrading you to air fryer. You air fried with this one. You didn't quite cook, but you air fried. Apple cooked. You air fried. Vulkan burnt, frankly. I'm gonna start using that as a ranking for the programming languages especially. Okay, we start with a vertex shader blob. We create a vertex shader based on the name. You don't have to create it and then load it separately, which, yeah, makes sense. H window handle. See, I would understand if it was W, H, and D, because that's window handle. I would understand if it was that, but this? I don't understand how to read it. The W feels like it's in between. I don't know. Handle window. Oh, W and D stands for window. Oh my god. Yeah, maybe it's good that I'm done coding for the day, because we know what kind of mistakes I would make. You know, the usual where I forget the break in the switch. I forget the exclamation point in the not. I do those mistakes even when I'm well rested, so. Okay, position and color. Kind of ugly syntax going on here, but okay. Now, if failed, this is giving macro. Is it a macro? Doesn't look like it's a macro, but it's weird. Okay, here we have the vertices. Byte width with the size of vertices. Immutable. Bind flags. Resource data. I'm scared. It's genuinely looking like Microsoft did something well. Hold on. This was developed by Microsoft directly, right? Yep. It's looking like they genuinely air fried. I say that like I don't air fry most of my food. Okay, compile from file. Very sane name of a function. Standard file include. Shouldn't that be in the shader itself? I'm concerned that I haven't seen anything that makes me go, come on, Microsoft. They did not develop this. They outsourced this one. Come on. They cannot possibly have done this one. They must have outsourced its development. Because this is actually, like, decent. Hey, Ice Dave. We're on to DirectX. Vulkan was painful to read. But yeah. Oven, microwave, and air fryer. I think, you know, raw, microwave, air fryer, oven. Oven is cooked. Cooked. You cooked with this one, okay, yeah. But you air fried, you microwaved, or you didn't do anything. You left it raw. The game developer section of Microsoft? Yeah. Okay, so they didn't outsource. They just bought a studio that was competent. That's probably what happened here. Although I forget about Xbox. I've never been an Xbox player. A little bit of PlayStation, but not a whole lot of Xbox. Mostly PC. So I can't really speak to it. But yeah, I feel like maybe that's their part. Where you do a good job. Where they do a good job, not where you do a good job. Unless you work for Microsoft, in which case I'm scared of you. But hey, how you doing? Again, failing to see anything outrageous in this code. It looks quite a lot more verbose than Michelin star of metal over here. But I've seen some of Microsoft's code, so what can I tell you? I come back from dinner and see D3. Yep. Yep, and the worst part is I am not hating it. I'm not writing any of this code, I'm just looking at it. But yeah, I don't think they quite cooked with this one, but I think they air fried. Now this is absolutely horrifying syntax. I don't know what to tell you. Still air fried, but at the wrong temperature. The get address of is just C++ slop, I feel like. Set primitive topology, triangle list. Okay. Set the viewport, set the shader, set the render targets, draw, and present. Which again, there might be a mistake with the codes that we're seeing here, but in Metal, it's commit after present. Yeah, I feel like that's probably a mistake. Still, Microsoft, I get nothing of value from your API. But hey, you didn't do half bad. That's the best you can ever say to them. Alright, then we go to WebGPU, which is this shit. Sorry, TypeScript. It seems very short, even shorter than Metal. Metal was 80 lines of code. This is 71 lines of code. What's NVRHI? Holy shit, what is this? That is a hell of a function name. Quit if web GPU not available or missing features. My god! Microsoft writes APIs like Joe Biden rambles. NVIDIA rendering hardware interface. Wait, didn't I read about this one? No, I didn't. Not sure I would need this, to be honest.
Melefas followed your channel.
Thanks for the follow, Malafas. Common abstraction layer over multiple graphic APIs. Windows 64 only and Linux 64 and ARM. Interesting, interesting. Okay. Okay, web GPU. Let's see what bullshit you're up to. It's a JSON file for it. Oh my god. Writing graphics code in JavaScript is wrong. It is wrong. You cannot do this. This should be illegal. Yes, if I see JavaScript in your system, I crash the entire system. I panic it. But if I see JavaScript doing GPU stuff in your code, I will call the police. I will have the system call the police and arrest you. You cannot no, you cannot do this. This should not be legal. What if I set it in a YAML for answer? I'm calling the military. I don't know. Okay. A request device is an asynchronous operation. Okay, nice. Yeah. Because, at this point it really matters. Concurrency really matters. Because you're waiting for the graphics API to even load. You really need to keep the rest of your application flowing, right? So this function name is atrocious. Holy, not even Microsoft would dare. Okay, you got the device, presentation format, get preferred canvas format, configure with the presentation format, and create a pipeline with the vertex shader created based on triangle vertex, okay, which is imported. Fragment based on this, cool. Primitive topology triangle list, okay. Doing it in JSON, kind of ugly. However, doing it all in just one pass, you might be onto something. Oh, I already did this, by the way. Write a program that zeroes out the boot sector if it detects a JS file anywhere on the system. You know why I'm writing my own ransomware? The system comes integrated with ransomware. If I find JS on your system, you have to pay me a Bitcoin and I'll unlock your system. A Bitcoin, which today is worth like 3 euros, but yeah. It's still worth like 50,000, let's not pretend. Clearing with an... Oh, my eyes. My eyes. Oh, is that a collar? As an array. No. Russian roulette of installing new packages. Oh, my poor little weary eyes having to see this is a color. Be strong. Be strong. And we're requesting a double animation frame. Nah, because it's a recursive function. You have to request the next frame manually. Oh my god. You want a close up on that? Look at what it's doing. Look at what it's doing now. Actually, don't look at that. I'll bring him up in a second. Okay, I've also failed to learn anything useful here. But what was this? What is this? I'm scared. Okay. So, in a shocking and yet not shocking turn of events, Microsoft ended up doing better than JavaScript. You know, it's not saying a whole lot. It's saying something. Not a whole lot. But hey, Jester, come. Here he is. With dirty teeth. He might be getting veneers on Tuesday. I have a brand new smile. TypeScript is made by Microsoft? It is? Jester, did you know this? Oh, he's slipping. He's slipping. Hold on. I already need to get you new teeth. I don't want to get you a new leg. Holy shit. Just when they were winning, they managed to snatch defeat from the jaws of victory. It's incredible. They just cannot help themselves. Holy. Right? Right? Amazing. I cannot believe this. Drop-in replacement for the TypeScript compiler? Yeah, I heard about that. And there's actually multiple ones, right? Wow. I am shocked by the fact that just when Microsoft was actually coming out of this unscathed, praised even, they found a way to fuck it up. Can he teach you C++? Do you like C++? No. He doesn't do C++, sorry. Doug++. I'm trying to come up with a pun, but I can't think of anything. Yeah, I don't know. It's a little rough. WAF plus plus. Oh, he knows rough, but not rust. Don't get it wrong. Don't get it twisted. Alright, doggy. See woof woof. Solid entries, but I don't know. Are you getting down, please? Oh, I think he's staying here. I hope we see the new teeth. He's not getting new teeth. He's just getting his teeth cleaned. Hopefully, I don't want to pay for veneers for the dog. I don't want it to have a new grill. Okay. So, out of all of these, the one I liked the most was he looks smaller now. But he has a very small head compared to his body. Not a whole lot in here. What does he think of JS? Bark if you like JavaScript. Bark if you like Rust. Bark if you like C++. Bark if you like WebGPU. Not reading that one. He never barks, so it was a little bit biased. Anyway. Yeah, so he's gonna have brand new smile. Bark twice if you're in danger. Yeah, go. Bark twice if you're in danger. It's perfectly fine. Alright, I would love to be able to, you know, get back to typing and stuff. But I'm not seeing it. Stay quiet if you like C. That's a good boy. You're such a good boy. You're such a good boy. You're so smart. Imagine if he started barking. Damn. Nah. Nah, he knows what he's doing. He's smart. Despite the fact that he keeps trying to fall off. Leave your paw here. You're good? You're good. Alright. So there is one thing that I ended up liking from WebGPU, and it's the fact that with just one call you configure the entire thing, which is reasonable instead of making a million calls. Yeah, okay, I like that. The fact that it's array-based might not be amazing. But, yeah, okay. Yeah, you're onto something. Having render passes and render targets, I feel like is going to be useful for when I want to do more complex stuff. Detecting physical devices could be useful. API version, pretty much all of them had that. Well, GL and Vulkan, I don't remember seeing it in the other ones, but DirectX, I saw it. Does this have an API version thing? Funnily enough, no. No such thing. Not sure if it's maybe tied to the Swift version or something. I don't know. Since Apple owns the entire ecosystem, you probably just don't get a say in what the API version is. They can afford to do that. It's mostly fine. It's more work on their part to have to fully maintain, make non-breaking changes all the time, but yeah, it's not a problem necessarily. I definitely want to be able to customize the format, right? Because makes sense. Multiple render passes, multiple render targets. Customize the type of rasterization that you're doing. Nice, but again, defaults. Commands, yeah, okay. Single call for the whole config. I'm still not sure if I would want to do that. But okay, this is the next thing coming up for the GPU renderer project. Since today I did the depth buffer, it works okay, but it needs a little bit of fixing. Alright, I forgot to run this poll. Is this updated? I think it is. Alright, so operating system, distributed operating system is winning, which is very nice, because I was considering doing that. And the code generation, optimizations, and transformations. That is literally the two things that I was planning on working on tomorrow and Monday. So module import support was gonna come right after this one for the compiler. And fonts, yeah, at some point. Nobody wants tree sitter, it seems. Nobody wants hardware acceleration, neither do I. I mean, I want it, I just want to build it. Expanding the document, yeah, it's not super. Not in a hurry to do that. And the template thing, it's mostly just a refactor, so yeah. Okay. Well, tomorrow then, again, I was just gonna use this as an orientation of what people want, but it actually ended up fully aligning with what I wanted. So tomorrow I'm gonna work on this, kind of doing the transformations on code for the compiler. Well, you know what? It depends. I might work on that, or I might work on the operating system to make it distributed and whatnot. It's gonna be one on Monday, one on Sunday. So the order doesn't really matter. The point is I want to work on both of those things. Tomorrow I'm also writing Julia. Not my cousin Julia, but the programming language Julia. Just to see how it works. And then these are actually not sorted. So I'll figure it out eventually, but this is for tomorrow. And compiler. I really want to use this format to render a little, schedule with my document renderer. Because that's kind of why I'm building it, more so than for HTML. My time zone is CET, I believe. European, Central European. Like Spain, France, Germany, Italy. Probably a few other countries, I'm not sure. Usually I stream Fridays and Mondays at around this time, 7:30. And on weekends at 3 p.m. I do an afternoon stream and evening streams when I work. So tomorrow's stream is 3 p.m. CET or 2 p.m. UK time. I'm gonna work on either the compiler or the operating system. I can decide tomorrow, but one of these two should be pretty good either way. For the compiler, it's doing transformations. Like I said, stuff like moving lambdas out of the functions should be, right now that is handled by the code generator. It shouldn't be handled by the code generator. It's very easy to break that. The furs also should be handled by this system that I'm building. And for the distributor operating system, yeah, I'm building a way of distributing it, which eventually will help me build not a package manager, but just a way of installing packages from an external source, even though that external source is on your own local network or even on the same computer. Technically, that's how it works right now. So actually what I'm doing is I'm modifying the existing system. The applications that are loaded by the OS are actually... Oh, get down before you fall. The applications that are run by the OS are actually provided by Linux, so by the host system, through the 9P protocol, which is what QEMU uses for sharing files between the systems, but also what Plan 9, which was a distributed operating system, used for making a distributed operating system. So pretty good starting point to essentially expand that a little bit. Okay, again, I don't know which one I'm going to work on tomorrow, which one I'm going to work on Monday, but I'm going to work on both of those. Sunday, gonna check out Julia. And Monday, one of these. Also someday that I feel like just doing something not, just a little project. I want to build a little paint tool that I can then integrate it into my my desktop environment, my window system, so I can, have windows and then like annotate the desktop. I don't know, just mess around with it a little bit. Like the sticky notes that I set in Mac, which are pretty useful. Because this, whoop, don't delete that, I need that. This should have been a sticky note on Mac, but since I'm on Linux and I don't have that, well, would be nice to have, to be able to put little notes on the desktop, little drawings even, whatever you want. So I kind of want to come up with a little system to do that. And keep working on the Windows system in the process. Okay. With that, ends the stream for the day. I'm going to link my Discord and I'm going to link Twitch in case you're interested in joining for a raid. Let me see who we can raid today. From the people that I follow, there's Jane, but I already raided her recently. Stony, do you have any non-game dev recommendations by any chance? If not, I'll just go with the person that you said. If Twitch chat would update. Busted? Just in case, because there's a lot of people doing game dev. Since I don't do game dev that much, I do it very occasionally. Looking for recommendations, but if not, game dev is perfectly fine. Okay, well, I believe game dev it is, but there we go. All right, thank you so much, everybody, for... Did that work? Oh, okay, it did work. All right. All right, thank you so much for watching. I'll see you tomorrow with one of those two things. Bye, everybody.